At 16, shut up. I would change it if I did have a different starting scene, but I don't. So is kind of what we only have right now. I'll probably change it at some point. Just not on my list of priorities right now. Fuck you, fuck you. Anyways, how are y'all feeling today? How are y'all doing? I can tell you that I am feeling a lot better now. Definitely not as sick as I was during the past few days. I still haven't fully recovered, but I guess I can tell you a little bit of the things that you guys probably don't really care about. But I took a lot of time today to actually clean up my place, so I'm no longer living in a mold infested place anymore. And another thing, I've got a soldering kit and I finally fixed my mouse. The middle click doesn't really work because I kind of fucked up and the mechanical components are too stiff, but I can actually scroll now. I can actually do things properly. I'm fine. Glad to hear you got better. Thank you, Danny. Is Irma fast enough? Irma... Okay. You want some insight onto what the just chatting stream kind of looked like for me? I mean, I can probably show you guys. Because there's a lot of stuff that I created that I haven't shown off yet, right? That I talked about inside of the Q&A, and then there was some more stuff that I developed in between the Q&A and her just chatting stream. Here. Let me change this and hide all of the old scenes.
I do have a question. Are you using JSON for the output?
What do you mean JSON for the output? Oh, JSON? No, I'm not actually using JSON for the output. Because I did everything super hastily to get things ready for the stream. So I pretty much kept everything as close as possible to a normal vanilla llama model. So I didn't really incorporate structured outputs in any sort of way, or I didn't have multi-users, or I didn't have any of the stuff really. I didn't even fine-tune her with a proper system prompt. Like, this entire time she's been running without a system prompt, I've just been giving her user input and then she gives her response as is. But to give you a bit of insight into what it kind of looked like for me while I was doing the just chatting stream, it wasn't like I just put her on and then went back to bed because I was still sick. The moment I started feeling a little bit better, this is what I did. So in the hour before stream, let me just run her. This is my framework, by the way. My framework desktop. I'm SSH'd into it and I can run the server here, right? I've done a lot of things. You guys probably can't see it here, but I've downloaded like Llama CPP, Whisper CPP, PyTorch, and had to compile all of them for ROCm and Vulkan just so I could get it to work on this system. Right? But you don't have to really worry about this. This is just the old setup for the personal version of VitaCore that I've been working on. But this is... holy fuck, this light is too bright. Give me a second. Wardens, thank you for the follow. Limit, I sent you an image of space friends in your DMs. I did see.
Hey, IDK how close to the vest you keep things or if you are fairly transparent about things. But what are you using for Irma's TTS? Something custom, or a black box solution?
I'm fairly open about all my implementations. The only thing I don't give out are my API keys, or my data sets. But what I've been using has been Mellow TTS, right? Yeah, like Danny says, Mellow TTS. Um, you got a blue screen today while attempting to train Mellow TTS, bruh. The Mellow TTS does have a lot of quirks when it comes to their training script. I don't know why their training script is so complicated when it's really just a VITS model. But yeah, I'm using that. Thank you, Hexus, for the follow, and thank you, Nax AI, for the follow. Damn, we're getting a lot of follows today. But yeah, here is... Okay, so the other page here, this is the core server that I'm using to run ERMA, right? Vita Core, aka my own personal version that I've been developing. You guys already seen this for the most part. You have the different microservices that I run, and then the main orchestrator, which compiles all of them together and exposes them as a normal API, right? If I click on here, open, bring over to here, /docs, this is just the normal API, right, that I have been using. But I also have this version on my main desktop, which is honestly the original version that I just copy pasted over to my framework desktop before I continued working on it from there. But inside of this repository, I did have some additional scripts that I did develop inside of here, just so I can make use of the data models that I did create for Vita Core. And so some of the ones that are included are the Discord bot, which is kind of the same Discord bot as I have for Project JAISON, the public version, but I stripped back a lot of the features and then I slowly reintegrated some of them over time, right? Now we do have the ability for her to listen to me, as you guys did see a little bit during the Q&A, right? So she does have her audio stuff, but honestly, it's not that much, right? I didn't give her the logic to decide when to reply or to automatically reply whenever I pause, right? Because I think that method is kind of like, I can do better. I can do better than that solution. I just need to give it some more thought before I actually go into that. But during that stream, all I did was whenever I finished speaking or whenever I finished like rambling a whole bunch, if I don't want her to remember what I just said because it's not relevant to her, I can like completely flush it out, right? With a, let me see if I can, with like a /flush command, right? I could do a /flush command and that would get rid of her entire audio buffer. Or I could do a /send or /send and reply to send my audio over to VitaCore for it to be transcribed and added to the script, and then prompt her to actually do a reply. So this part was actually very manual, which is why she didn't really speak that much. Not like she really had much of a point to actually speaking besides just speaking. But at the current moment, I've just been signaling to her manually when to reply, right? And at least during the Q&A, it was also when to listen. That way the transcriptions are much more cleaner and in singular blocks, right? But that's not what I did for the just chatting. The just chatting, I didn't really use Discord that much besides for audio, right? I do want to change that, potentially this stream, because Discord does have a lot of lag when it comes to bot audio. However, what I did instead is I have this script here called CLI Commander, and I guess I can run this right now that I am running VitaCore on my framework. So conda activate personal Vita and Python source CLI Commander. Is there anything else that I need to run? Oh, I completely forgot that I'm not even running JIS's animations, which I could do. But this is basically the thing that I've been running this entire time, right? You guys won't see anything inside of here. I guess I can create or start up the Twitch chat thingy and you guys can check that out. Conda activate. So if I run this, this should connect to Twitch chat and see everything you guys are typing as well as all the events that are happening. So if you guys type something inside of chat, and we should see it come up into here. And I am also able to do stuff like test info, and that will also come up inside of here. Now this is all just information on the side of ERMA-V, but I've changed how the prompting kind of looks like. Shadows, I like sleep. Yeah, same bro. On the ERMA-V side, everything is a user prompt. So even if it's context, even if it's just information, or even if it's user input, it's all just going to be seen as information or user input in the Llama CPP chat template, right? Or the Llama models chat template. So this is just a preview of what is currently inside of the conversation history. However, I can run commands. This is basically my command center. I can run commands to manipulate what is inside of here. So I can say, if I only want the last 2 messages, I can say prune 2. And now I only have 2 messages. If I didn't want to if I didn't want her to see this message, or if I wanted to go back a little bit to focus on a previous message, I can be like roll back 1, right? Or roll back another 1. And then whenever I wanted her to respond, I would play audio. This would play the audio request, and then we would hear something through the Discord side of things. And so I basically have my own little terminal here for previewing exactly what is being said or what is currently inside of the context, and then manipulating it so that her context doesn't go completely off the rails, right? Because you saw during the debut, I still haven't fixed that context issue with the debut because that requires me to fine-tune a new model. But I know what the problem is, and this was my attempt to kind of band-aid it for the time being, just so she can talk without going completely schizo, completely fucking demented, right? She just has a context length issue because her training set wasn't long enough in terms of token count per sample, right? So by doing this, I make sure that it stays within a shorter context length and that she can focus on particular messages, because she's also not very good if multiple messages come in before she responds. That's why you guys might have thought that, oh, ERMA-V is answering to the most random fucking chats, right? She's not answering the actual questions. Sometimes she's answering completely stupid things. And that's mainly because I'm slow at typing. I couldn't send the audio request before you guys sent in another message, and then I have to spend the time counting the number of lines and then rolling back to the correct one, so then I can send another audio request so she can answer that one. She also does have an issue with kind of yapping too much. I guess that's like a complete opposite issue from what we used to have, where J.E. Eisen would speak in like 3 words or less, right? So we've kind of gone on both ends of the spectrum. But if I just fix up the dataset a little bit, I can also fix that so the responses are kind of somewhere in the middle. I think somewhere in the middle would be much nicer, right? And then there's some other problems as well, but like you guys already could tell what those problems were. You mentioned not using a system prompt. Couldn't you utilize that to enforce certain guardrails, or am I not understanding? The thing with a system prompt is you also need to fine tune to make use of a system prompt, right? If with how much that I am fine tuning ERMA-V's model, the moment I would need to add a system prompt to every single one of those samples, and they need to be varied enough so that it can be generalized to different scenarios, right? Like if I wanted to use a system prompt to justify the scene, then I would need to have multiple scenes that are kind of relevant to the conversation in order for that system prompt to properly influence her responses. I tried doing that with a lot of my previous datasets, and I just found that to be too much of a hassle, right? And given how little time I had to make this model, I had to make a choice of just not using a system prompt and doing everything through user prompt, right? Because I feel like user prompt is a lot easier to generalize than a system prompt in this scenario. So she isn't turned to utilize them. It does sound hard to pull off successfully. Yes, exactly. I just don't have enough data. And in order to make that data, it's a lot harder than just making the conversational data, right? So I couldn't go the route of doing a system prompt. And even then, it's not like she would guarantee follow the system prompt, because even like if you were to tell a instruct model, oh, keep your responses to 2 to 5 sentences, right? There's a good chance that it might not do that. It could ramble on for much longer. The best way, if you want to kind of guide the responses, is to fine tune it with the correct length, or to have wider variety of lengths, right? It's all about the data set at the end of the day, right? Prompting only gets you so far. Because in my eyes, I don't want to use prompting as the main crutch in terms of supporting her behavior, because I think that's just too flimsy and requires too much effort to actually pull off successfully on our consumer hardware, right? Like, you could try, and people have done it, but I think that by doing so, you're also sacrificing a lot more things, because you focus all your efforts into setting up those guardrails as opposed to making a higher quality data set. What parameter model are you running? I find smaller models ramble more and repeat too often. I'm using Llama 3.18 billion, but again, it is also all about the fine-tuning data, right? Because I once fine-tuned her on only Discord messages, a Discord data set, and that ended up with her only ever responding in 1 sentence, or just like 3 words, 1 word responses, just really bland responses, right? But then this one is trained on role-playing models, which tend to also double as storytelling models, and so they tend to be a lot more rambly, and so her data set is also a lot more rambly. So the resulting model that I ended up getting is a lot more rambly. Yes. So yeah, I do know the issues of ERMA-V's current model right now, and I do know how to fix them. But we're not going to be fixing them this stream because, well, in order for me to fix them, I can't do it on my setup. I would need to rent out some GPUs, and I don't want to accidentally leak information while I'm renting out those GPU servers. So yeah, I'm just saving that for a video, which I am planning on making pretty soon, since I am finished that entire arc for me. Bro, this guy's getting too famous? What do you mean, bro? We are not getting famous. We have sub 20 viewers. Yeah, what else? What other commands did I even have in here? I didn't really have that many commands to work with, but I guess I want to kind of use this TUI application as my main control center for ERMA-V, at least on my client desktop, right? I may have like an additional web server or something, but I feel like using a terminal in my case feels a lot more simplified, or a lot more approachable in my sense, to get a lot of stuff done very quickly, right? Having everything here in one place. That is something that I want to do, but that's just a side thing that I'm not going to focus on right now, because I have a checklist of things that I want to fix for ERMA-V. And I have talked about this before, I believe, but there's like 50, 60 or so items that I want to fix up, and it is quite a bit. So, yeah. What else? Oh yeah, did I mention what was the problem of why ERMA-V kept crashing during her debut? It's so stupid. The reason why I wasn't getting any error messages is because they weren't actually failing. They were just timing out. And when a job has an error, inside of my logs, I don't actually log it out, right? I don't actually log if a job has failed or something, which is kind of stupid on my part. And they were timing out because I wasn't using asynchronous. I wasn't using asynchronous calling, or what's it? API requests, right? So whenever they did send a request, the entire process would be blocked and it would never like confirm that it's still alive or something. And the timeout was set so short that after like 5 seconds, it would just fail. So yeah, I increased the timeout and I changed all the implementations for like Mellow TTS, for Llama CPP, for Whisper CPP, all of them to use HTTPX, which is asynchronous API calling. And that ended up solving all my issues. What else was there? Oh yeah, the reason why it showed that they shut down, or at least I thought they shut down, was because I was looking in the wrong terminal. I was looking on my local one, which still has some logs, but these were from runs where I actually were from previous runs, right? Remember how I moved everything to my framework? Yeah, I wasn't checking the right folder. So I was looking at previous logs and being like, none of this adds up. Why the fuck is it failing? Stuff like that. What is the logic that the Python script is using to control the face expressions? Basically, it's the same one that we have for Project Vita, where, if I can pull it up, this is the right one, right? Where it randomizes between... Okay, hold on. This will be
For
easier if I show
newcomers,
this.
because I am bored. This guy is named Limit, the femboy that have 2 boyfriends, harem. We had a legendary AI named Ji.Sun, which was the best replacement. Limit hate vibe coding and you see him 24/7 in cursor. Thank you and bye.
Okay, buddy. I never said I hated vibe coding. I just said people use vibe coding the wrong way. And J.E. Eisen was the worst replacement, buddy. But yeah, it would be easier if I just show this, right? Here we have a list of expressions, and for each different kind of, I guess, emotion classification or emotional category, there's a list of different animations, or not animations, but different expressions within VTube Studio that ERMA-V can express, right? I just set these up within VTube Studio itself, and basically whenever a message is created or from Vita Core, is captured by my VTS animator script here through a WebSocket, just like everything else here. And it uses a Roberta emotion classifier model, right? Or just a BERT model that is trained to guess what emotion is associated with that message. And it generates one of these 24 categories. And depending on the category, it'll pick a random expression from the list and just play that one. These animations or these expressions, they're static. So ERMA-V will position herself into there or change her facial expressions, kind of like a toggle, but she won't move, right? The movement comes from my roaming algorithm, where each and every single parameter that I want to move on its own inside of VTube Studio, I give it a roaming function. So I basically have it oscillate between randomized points at varying speeds. So I randomize the new position it's going to be going towards, and I also randomize the time in which it takes to get to that point. And in between the movement from point A to point B, I basically have this easing function that eases it. So she accelerates across the displacement and then starts decelerating as she comes towards the end. And when you combine this all together and string them up seamlessly, it becomes very seamless, right? As you can probably see, if I were to run this and not be stupid, I need to fix up this Twitch script because it hangs every time I try and Control C. But it might take a little bit for this to actually connect. I need to figure out why this takes so long to connect to all the servers. But you'll see that she roams around a little bit every so often. And then she has natural breathing and blinking, which is set within VTube Studio itself. So all of that's fine. So yes. Oh yeah, another thing before I get started, I'm probably going to take a couple minutes every hour or so, I guess right now in the next half hour, because I am still cooking something on the side. I completely forgot that I was supposed to stream today until I looked at the clock after I finished doing a deep clean of my entire place, and then seeing that it was 7:30, I was like, wait, don't I have to stream today? Wasn't I supposed to start streaming at 7? And then I checked the schedule. I was like, oh, fuck. I was supposed to start streaming at like 7 or no. Yeah, at 7, my time at least. So yeah. Without further ado, let's get started. What's the first task on my list that I want to do? Because I'm literally just doing janitor, smaller tasks right now, as opposed to big ticket features. Number 1. Just going down the list, I need to I'm deciding what I want to do and what would be interesting. Subtitles? Subtitles I think would be kind of nice. Okay, so subtitles, you guys saw it during ERMA-V's debut stream, right? She had the subtitles which kind of like shrunk as the text got longer, and the oldest kind of characters kind of got rolled off as the message got too long from her rambling. I kind of want to change that because I think the rolling off of text looks really jarring, and the text getting smaller gets so small to the point where it's kind of unreadable, right? I kind of want something almost like a chat log where sentences are kind of written out line at a time, and if they are too long for the line, they kind of go to the next line as per usual, right? But I also want it so whenever a sentence ends, it basically rolls off the top line as opposed to individual characters, right? So instead, the entire line will kind of scroll off or fade off, and then you're left with maybe the last 3 lines or something like that. I'm not sure how I want to do this. I was doing this through, if I can show you, VTube Studio. This is VTube, no, not VTube Studio. This is my setup for OBS. And you'll see here, I guess for the just chatting one, she does have a thing for subtitles. This is just a generic text element in OBS. However, the controls for this are pretty shite, I'll be honest. You can't style it too well, and the CSS for it is pretty hard to use. And so I'm probably going to make a web application for a lot of the OBS elements that I want ERMA-V to have, right? I was going to make a web app for a lot of the controls and stuff, such as for previewing the conversations here, for having a little terminal in which I can access some stuff. But I think it would also be useful for having individual web pages where I can see just the subtitles, or for ERMA-V to play audio through, right? Because another thing on my checklist is also local audio, right? As opposed to going through Discord servers in order for me just to hear the audio, I want to be able to hear ERMA-V just by having the audio from the framework desktop be streamed onto my PC, right? Because at the end of the day, everything is still being streamed on my PC until I update the setup or something. But with something like a web page that plays the audio and having another web page that has subtitles, I can not only have subtitles playing here that kind of sync up, but also I don't have to make use of this janky setup where inside of my Discord, every time that I want to listen to ERMA-V, I have to kind of let me fucking move my Discord. I kind of have to update my audio settings to make use of this cable A as opposed to my actual headphones. Because that's the only way in which I can pipe it into OBS cleanly without having audio from, say, YouTube or system errors kind of leak in and also mess with her mouth tracking. Yeah, so I can basically treat it like something like a browser source, which is what we're doing here for alerts, right? And I'll be able to control the audio levels directly through OBS as well as add filters and all of that kind of stuff. This will make things a lot more easier for me to control. So yeah, I guess that's what we can do. Let's make a web app for these two features at the minimum. It's going to be a little bit harder because we don't actually have a lot of the specification for JavaScript in order to interact with Vita Core, but I'm hoping we can translate it using the data models and the Open API spec. We need the swarm to rate limits. He cannot handle 22k viewers. Y'all are right. I am not ready for that kind of fucking veto levels of viewership, bro. I'm too scuffed for that right now. I thought you were taking a day off to recover from streaming. That was the last 2 days. I literally skipped Thursday's stream because I had too bad of a headache after coming back from work. And then Friday, I slept for like 20 hours to try and recover. Today I felt a lot better. But I haven't gotten much sleep because I was having a coughing fit all night, which is why I had to do the deep clean today. There's just too much mold everywhere. At least you'll get money to recover financially from Irma. It is a fast track to getting out of debt. Mold lived in much? This is like throwback to my old place in Germany. When I used to live in Germany the first time, my original place was a mold infestation. This time the mold is not an infestation, but it is layering up quite a bit on the windows, at least in the parts that I couldn't see, and I just took the time to wipe it down because I feel like my lungs are struggling to breathe in the middle of the night, especially when it gets cold. All right. This is running. Yeah. ERMA-V is gonna do her thing in the background while we work on this. Were you trying to get an artificial life? It's just what happens when I go on the fucking coding stints. How am I gonna do this, by the way? I did want to make separate projects for all of these, like the Discord bot, the CLI commander, the VTS stuff. I did want to separate them out from here because this is literally just a temporary folder. But let's make a new, I guess, project, and we're going to be using, I'm not sure what we'll use for it. I guess we'll use React because I want this to be easy on myself, right? I'm most used to doing web development with React. I am not using Django. I am not using Flask. I am not using any of Python's web frameworks because that is just too scuffed in my opinion. I don't get why they
Hey, the good
exist,
thing
I'll
of
be
not being
honest.
so popular is that if you leak something, the damage is not so bad and you can actually see what we chat without 1000 messages in second.
Exactly. Exactly. This is why I can get away with having like 0 moderators on this stream. I guess Shadows is here if he's still here, but like if if I had more viewers, it would be kind of tough. But yeah, we're going to be starting a new project and we're going to be doing this in React because in my opinion, if you're going to be doing web development, do it in JavaScript, man. Do it in some sort of JavaScript framework because browsers are built on JavaScript. I don't know why we would go with another language other than JavaScript or something that's built on top of JavaScript. Like, why would we go with Python frameworks? That's something that I still don't understand why we would do that for front-end applications. For servers, it doesn't matter what language you use, really, right? I mean, it does, but like, it doesn't matter as much as using JavaScript frameworks for browser applications because that's literally what the browser runs, right? Open project, projects, stream, web console, I guess I'll call it. There we go. Now, I'll need a refresher on...
Use JavaScript? I heard horror stories about this.
Oh, God. No. We're not using JavaScript straight up. Frameworks make it easier. And I don't want to learn TypeScript today, so we're not using TypeScript frameworks. But yeah, we're just going to go with React. It's been a while since I've actually done work using React. I mean... when was the last time I used it? I used it for the web conversation dataset maker or the dialogue maker for my conversational datasets. But that was very scrappy as well. I don't know. We'll just create a React app. First of all, how do I create a React app again? Let's just ask this. How do I create a React app again? I should have all the dependencies to start up and make a React app right now. So create React app, and we're going to call this web console. What do you mean, bruh? Ah, fuck. I should have done it from the top level. Vibe coding got into his head. Brother, I'm literally just asking for documentation. It's just... bro. What would you rather see? Would you rather see me just type it into the same web window so it's easier for you to view? Or do you want me to finagle with this every single time? Oh, how to create React web app. Click on first, no, not this one, not this one, not this one. Creating React app. How many fucking sponsored vibe coding pages did I have to go through? Holy shit. Just to get to this one and copy paste the exact same things as it would be. Like, I already have this from NPX. Why is this showing me Next.js as well? I don't want to use Next.js. I want to use just... no. Just show me React. What happened, bro? And I create React app router, blah, 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 blah. Coding is so cooked. Coding is so cooked. The internet is dead, guys. Just wrap it up. We don't need websites anymore. Why are we making websites? Should I npm audit? No, it doesn't really matter. Fuck, we'll npm audit it. npm audit. Fix those vulnerabilities for me. What do you say? This command requires an existing lock file. Fix force. Irma shit talk your creator. Irma, don't listen to them. Close your ears for this stream. It's just npx create react app. That's fine. Same thing, tomato. npm start, that would create it. This is using Vite. I don't want to use Vite. I don't want to use Next.js. Do we have React Router DOM? What do we have? Package JSON. Package lock, I mean. Do we have router DOM? It should come with it. No? Okay. Let's install some of these things then. Create React Router. Most popular routing library. Can be paired with Vite. And it's been too long since I've done this. Okay, whatever. Where do we have to edit? Was it app.js? And then this is where it would be, right? We need 2 different pages. I don't necessarily need them to have a particular style because, again, they're going to be completely different from what the other pages would look like if I were to use this as a dashboard. Because the one for subtitles needs a purely transparent background, and then the one for audio, that can be whatever, right? We're not even going to see that one. So let's create some pages here. Pages, I forget the actual format or the file structure that you're supposed to use for React, but we'll keep it to this for now. This one will be subtitles. And we'll have another one for audio response listener.js. There we go. Now let's import some stuff. First of all, subtitles. Subtitles should be the easiest. All right. So let's install you. We don't need the rest of these. And we can make a functional component here. And it's been so long since I've done anything JavaScript related. I'm gonna be so fucking rusty. I'm gonna have so many bad practices here. All right. Also, I've never actually done any WebSocket work with React before, so this is gonna be interesting. I should probably have a helper for stuff like the WebSocket stuff, right? We'll do that. We'll worry about that in a moment. Let's first implement subtitles. The subtitles, it'll be use state, and then I guess we'll just write onto the screen. Bro, this fucking autocomplete is so ass sometimes. Brother! Okay, no. Tell me. I need to start the timer in a second, but tell me how the fuck I can disable tab autocomplete from being on tab. How do I change the shortcut for this? Because I just want to hit tab like a fucking normal person trying to edit some code, man. Like, God. Cursor, change, tab, hotkey. Keyboard shortcuts. Command arrow right. Command arrow right. What? Open keyboard shortcuts. I don't even know where you would go for keyboard shortcuts normally. Edit, edit, edit. Little laptop. She's like, what the fuck is this blood waffling about? Why can't this guy figure out how to code properly without fighting with autocomplete? Cursor settings, cursor keyboard shortcuts. What's it called? Cursor tab. This one, change this to control tab. Like, brother, what are we doing? No. Control tab. Yes. Because every time I press tab for Python or for formatting HTML, it just auto-completes to something that I do not want. And it pisses me off every single time. Okay, for this, this is going to be the subtitles page, actually. So for the subtitles page, we're going to have a div that contains the entire page, I guess. So this will be a div. And then within the div, we're going to have a... Because how exactly do we want this to look like? I mean, we can... This div will be for the page. We'll have a paragraph element, sure, for the subtitles. Why the fuck would I want subtitles.length? I just want subtitles. Like, this would be it, right? We just need to style this. So that way the background is blank and then the actual text has better formatting. And depending on the length of this, it will automatically adjust and roll them off. Now, subtitles, I'm going to keep this as a empty string for now. And we need to subscribe to the WebSocket. So let's just say, let's hardcode this for now. :// This would be 9,000 and this would just be that, right? For now, we'll leave it as localhost, but we'll use an environment variable for this later. Is it hashtag or is it, what is it? No, it's /. How do we connect to WebSockets in React or JavaScript? Yeah, it also adds diabolical comments to the code. No, not for tab autocomplete. If you were to let it generate through the chat, then yeah, but yeah. How would we do WebSockets? WebSockets React. Because I'm afraid that if I do WebSockets how you would normally do through JavaScript, then React would just overwrite them when it rehydrates everything. Complete guide to WebSockets with React. All right, let's see, Ably. What do you got for me? So they have this WebSocket thing. Where is this coming from? WebSockets have a web API accessible for the majority of browsers, and since React is just JavaScript, you can access it without any additional modules or React-specific code. Okay, let's copy this in and see what this looks like. We have so we create a constant socket here. This connects to my endpoint. Change this to here. right? Where does this WebSocket class come from? Or is this just JavaScript native? If this is JavaScript native, then chill. But does JavaScript ever supply classes like this? I don't know. I don't know. I have a stupid question. Would you add Irma on the Discord as a chatbot to talk to her on the server? When I refine tune her, I'll consider it. The reason why I wanted to have so much manual intervention with her on her just chatting stream is because I know that she is very easy to jailbreak, right? She's very easy to jailbreak, and her context management is not at a point where I can just let her talk freely, right? I'll add her at some point because maybe I might want training data off of you guys. Just full disclosure. I would never use these chats or these Twitch chat as training data, but if I were to gather training data from you guys, I would make it very clear when and where, right? But yeah, I would do it for something like that. I'm not going to do it right now because she still needs a lot of problems that need to be ironed out. What the fuck? Okay. There's no way this is coming from just JavaScript itself. Yeah, they also have this. Hold on. Okay, let me just give this a full read. A simple and minimal WebSocket API gives you flexibility, but also means additional work. To get a production-ready WebSocket solution. When you use a WebSocket API directly, here are some things that you could prepare yourself in the code. Yeah, I don't care. Best React WebSocket libraries. Before you look at some WebSocket libraries, it's helpful to distinguish WebSocket and JavaScript in this context. React is just JavaScript. You might not necessarily need a React-specific WebSocket library. That being said, it will definitely be a plus if the WebSocket library has an idiomatic React functions available, such as ready-made React hooks, which is what I was looking for, right? I was kind of concerned that if we don't build this WebSocket using React hooks, then we're going to end up in a state where we infinitely keep creating or resetting this connection, which is what I don't want, right? I want to effectively, I guess if you guys know anything about React, I don't know if I'm using this term correctly, but I effectively want to memoize this. Yes, and it's memoize, not memorize. Memoize this WebSocket connection, so I don't keep reconnecting to it every time I restart the every time I have to refresh the browser when I get a new subtitle, for example. Neuro was originally trained on Twitch chat, right? That's speculation. I have no clue. Like, that's what everybody says, but like, how true is that? I can't say for certain. I wouldn't mind my data being used, but I think she would just be dumb and computed it from my messages. That's another thing, right? Having higher quality messages, it would take me a lot of effort to manually go through all the chat logs and clean everything up. And also, you may be fine with your data being collected, but like new viewers who don't necessarily know what's going on, like there's everything's just like gray area, right? There's a bunch of WebSocket libraries out there, many of them outdated, so we previously wrote a post showing you only the best WebSocket libraries for React. Here's a summary. React's use WebSocket is a thin layer on top of the WebSocket API that features the automatic reconnection and a fallback to server-sent events as long as you've coded support on your server. What? Fallback to server-sent events? What the hell is this? This library is specifically made for React, so it's natural to utilize this hook and all its options. The downside is that use WebSocket might not have all the features and reliability guarantees you need in production. We'll see. Socket.io. Socket.io was one that I used for my Flash application. If you guys remember the prototypes web UI, this is what it was using. So a JavaScript real-time messaging library based on WebSockets with an optional fallback to HTTP long polling in case the WebSocket connection can't be established. Socket.io has more features than Use WebSocket, but it's not specific to React and there's still work to do to ensure good performance and reliability in production. Okay. Use what React use WebSocket with Socket.io. Okay, this sounds cool, meaning you might be able to use them together in your React project. I haven't tested extensively, but it looks promising. Okay, this guy hasn't even used it. And Avly. Okay, here's the ad. When you using WebSockets in React, they become an important channel for new information and data flow. Let me just start the timer because I'm technically working. Ideally, any component that needs should be able to send and receive data using shared connection. At the same time, you don't want to create a mess of prompt drilling and introducing brittleness by making the WebSocket accessible to every component. When you do it, you violate encapsulation, meaning any component that can alter the WebSocket object, potentially causing unexpected behavior elsewhere in the code. When I was learning about WebSockets in React, this caused me a bit of anxiety. Okay, let's just see this example. I'm probably just going to stick with use WebSocket because that is the React quote-unquote native solution. So I think this is going to put my concerns at ease at least. While there are advantages to managing the connection itself, for most of us, all of our WebSockets with React answers are but an npm solid way. Okay, yeah, bro, just get to the point. Use WebSocket, open source module, you. Thank you for the follow, Miko. I think she was, but in later stages, because Vito probably would need to code a lot of filters, as this chat is full of emojis. Yeah, I mean, she does have understanding of chat emojis, but she would not be trained on Twitch chat nowadays, right? She needs more samples of conversation more than anything, because I feel like 90% of the time she is collaborating with other people. Which is very different from trying to talk to Twitch chats, where every message is a short text message. Oh yeah, that will not go wrong. Just that limit then gets asked to say German things from his AI. So true. Hello, Miko Kawaii. My alarm just went off. Let me go check on my food really quickly, and I will be right back.
God damn!
Okay, I'll probably let that go for another hour. Thank you Team Geek for the follow. Can I have some of your food? No, this is my food. I put too much time into this, and it's the first time I'm eating non-canned food all week, okay? Let me have this. Okay, let's install you. If you have not already upgraded to React 18, please upgrade, or please use 3.0. Okay, well, let's use this one instead. Flickering screen? Why that? What do you mean flickering screen? What are you trying to do right now? I'm trying to make a web application that I can use for displaying subtitles and piping ERMA's audio directly into OBS. So let's get rid of this code because this is the WebSocket thingy that I have no idea where they pulled that from. And let's use this instead. So we're getting use WebSocket and the ready state from this new library, and okay. So use state. I also need use state from React. If I could get the control. The one time I want fucking tab autocomplete, it doesn't fucking do it properly. Okay. Okay, buddy. There you go. Holy shit. Holy shit. I mean, this doesn't really matter, but whatever. Message history. We don't care about that. Message, last message, ready state. This is use WebSocket. So this allows us to send a message over the WebSocket. This allows us to read the latest message from the WebSocket. And this allows us to see whether or not it's ready, I'm assuming. Okay. Let's just copy the rest of this. As well as message event. Where is message event coming from? No clue. But yeah, let's just copy everything from this demo and give it a comb over to see what we're working with here. Okay, so what are we working with here? The Twitch stream is kind of flickering. I don't know if it's my Wi-Fi or Twitch app or your end. I think it's you. At least I'm not the only one suffering with AI autocomplete. It's like they chose tab, which yeah, it makes sense, but it's like tab is used for so much other things. The amount of conflict there is like kind of seems like an oversight to me. The fuck is this? I've never seen this kind of syntax before for use state. But okay. So what's happening here? We're creating a WebSocket. So this is using use WebSocket. This gets us our three things. We have a message history here, which I'm not too sure what it's used for yet. Use effect. Use effect. Whenever last message gets updated by the WebSocket, it'll run this use effect, which effectively adds it into this message history. So this is basically like our message queue, right? If we haven't yet actually processed all the other messages, then this makes sure that the messages that we already listened to don't get overwritten by the new incoming message. And so this basically adds it to the end of the queue and will be processed once everything else has been processed in order. That makes sense. Handle click change web socket URL. Use callback, set socket. Okay, this is literally just a click handler. We don't care about that, right? Because we're not going to actually reconnect to anything. In fact, I'm going to get rid of this and say const socket endpoint is going to be yes. I do need to change my muscle memory because I got used to tab autocomplete, but it's fine. There we go, that's fine. So these are useful. Handle click send message. This sends a message. Use callback. Okay, this sends a message over the WebSocket. Now, we don't necessarily care about sending over the WebSocket right now because we don't have anything to send over WebSocket in our API. Connection status, connecting, open, closing, close, uninstantiated. And this is from the ready state. Yes. And so this basically will map it to a specific string that is probably printed out onto the screen here. Yeah. We don't care about this actually, but I will keep this here because it is kind of useful to know, right? This is just an enum. If I call ready state, okay, then we do have linting, so I can get rid of this. Because I need it to be able to confirm when the connection has been established for debugging reasons. As for the rest of this, we don't need this click handling stuff. This is all kind of useless. This span is also kind of useless. Last message. This will print out the last message. .data. .data is probably the string content of that message. Thank you. I have no idea how to say that. Z-buttoned. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so this is relatively simple. Last message.data. Okay, that's relatively simple. So let's add all of this back now. For last message, we're going to filter it. So it's only the last text response. Yes? Yes. I basically need different things. I need here we are. We have current subtitles or displayed subtitles. Displayed. Displayed subtitles. And I want another one for latest response. Fuck. I need to get in the habit of camel case here. So basically what is going to happen, we get a WebSocket event that has the text for her response. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that she will speak it out in case there is an error in the pipeline, say with MelloTTS, right? So ideally, I don't want it to display the subtitles unless if the job is successful. And so we're going to get a WebSocket event for the text content, and we're going to save that into latest response. And only when that is successful, only when we get a job successful event, will we change the displayed subtitles to be the actual subtitles. ERMA is so bored, as per all debugging streams. We'll hear her in a moment. I just need to finish this at the very least so we can see it work, right? This is empty. Display subtitles, and if I follow the logic correctly, we shouldn't need to concern ourselves with tracking the job UUID, right? Because we still have job type. And so if last message does not equal to null, then we'll process this message right here. Can I specify what this last message is? Oh wait, no, last message is probably already specified, right? All right, last message dot data because the data, what is this data? Read-only property sent by the emitter. This can be any data type depending on what originated this event. Okay, let's import JSON. Import, can I do something from JSON? The fuck? Bro, my muscle memory is so fucked right now. JSON.parse this. So this is data, right? Const data is equal to this. So we're gonna get data from JSON parse. Is this asynchronous like it is in other ones? I don't remember. Was wondering why nobody mentioned this stream, but turns out my Discord is blocked or something. You guys have any ideas why? No clue. Didn't you have received an email from Discord saying something? What? I'm gonna assume this is right for now because I'm not sure. JSON.parse. If data inside of here is going to be a dictionary, not sure what it is yet. We're going to hard code this pretty crudely, but once I make the SDK, I might convert it for JavaScript as well, because these are going to be the two main languages that I work within. But for, let me get the actual one that we're running here. For the data that we have, we are creating a WebSocket payload that has a job type. So, fuck. No, this is not the one that I'm looking for. This is the problem when everything is just cursor. I wish I could rename these tabs, but type, job type. If this is equal to our enum here as added, no, response audio type. Oh, event response audio. Then I want to set the latest response. No, I need to split it up here. If data event type, if this is equal to not subtitles update, but where is it? Where is it? Event type. Oh, wait, no, this is job type. This should be here. And this is response text. Yes. Else if this one is going to be job success. Otherwise, we just skip it. Pipes are not working, so that's why everything is smooth. Brother, I'm hearing the pipes on my end. What do you mean you can't hear the pipes? Yeah, they are working. This is Gen Audio. Oh, whoops. Okay, if this is event response text, then we'll set the latest response to be the data within... God, this is why I need an SDK. Trying to memorize these structures are a little bit much. Inside of event, and inside of this event is going to be the fuck you mean? Oh, llama generation result. This is gonna come from here. Ah ha 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 ha. I love inheritance. Llama generation result. Gonna get content. Yes, content. I will set that to that, which is good. And then this one will... Fuck. Set display subtitles. Now, for this one, right onto screen, right? I don't want it to just appear in one go. I want it to actually scroll the text, and actually we need to get the audio as well in order to determine how long this audio would play for. So we'll also get latest audio. So for this one, we're gonna have event audio. And this one will set the latest audio to this. And actually, no. I would want to process it right here and now in order to figure out how long the actual duration is. So instead of saying the latest audio, we're gonna say latest audio duration. Right? Latest audio duration. And so we need to actually get the audio duration. God, this would be a lot easier if I just passed that information from MelloTTS. I might do that, but I think we can just calculate it from here. So we're going to use a bit of JavaScript here. I don't know the JavaScript's library, so I can't figure out how to do this. But let's see. JavaScript, audio length from audio bytes. No, let me think. How would we calculate this? Right? The duration is just like, it's a factor of sample rate, sample width, and channels. One sample, so let's say one sample is equal to sample width multiplied by channels, right? because there will be one sample per channel, and the sample is however many bytes wide. Therefore, one second has a sample rate of one sample multiplied by sample rate. And so the amount of seconds, total seconds, if I can fucking type, this is just sample rate multiplied by all of these things. And this is the audio bytes dot length divided by that. Now, my question is, what does this look like exactly? Let me attempt something. So, 192.16h. Where is Mellow currently running? Mellow is currently running on 9002. Whoops. And let's configure this with J.E. Ison's voice really quickly. Should be this one. And let's generate a test string. Hello. Hello. So it looks like this, right? Is this... because this is audio bytes encoded in base 64 UTF-8. I don't know if this is one character per byte, or what is this saying? Here, I can try it with Python. Where the fuck is it? Python. Word base 64. Base 64 dot B64 encode. Let's say just a single character like A. And dot decode into UTF-8. I believe this is what we're using on our side. It looks like it turns into 4 things. Turn this into AB. Oh. Oh. Oh, fuck. This might be problematic. Base 64 UTF-8 encoded. Let me check the code for Mellow to see if that's actually what we're doing. It seems about right. Audio bytes is equal to base 64 encode dot decode into UTF-8. That is correct. But then once we decode it, where do we decode it? Inside of Discord, right? Discord's an example. Set a process event. Base 64 decode. This turns it back exactly into what it was. Yes. Okay. Let's see if we have a base 64 decode inside of JavaScript. Base 64 decode. Okay, some browsers such as Firefox, Chrome, blah blah blah, can handle base 64 natively. Take a look at the Stack Overflow question is using these functions. B to A and A to B. The fuck is happening here? Base 64 is a similar group, is similar binary to text encoding schemes that represent binary data in an ASCII string by transforming it into a radix 64 representation. I forget what this means actually. No, actually, no, that makes sense. The term base 64 originates from the specific MIME content transfer encoding. So it represents binary data in a radix 64 representation. There's not a good way for me to parse this directly. I would have to decode it and then I can apply that calculation. I mean, I need to decode it regardless. When the term base 64, URL file name, just tell me how to fucking encoded size increase. Each base 64 digit represents 6 bits of data. 6 bits of data. Yes. 6 bits of data. 6 bits of data, 6 bits of data. Does this make sense? Each character should be, is it 8 bits, I believe? Yes, it should be 8 bits, right? Unless if I'm fried. Okay, I think this will be easier for me to see what's going on. Because if it's just a division of 6, then that's easier, I suppose. Because it doesn't need to be an exact timing amount, it just needs to be an approximation. So with 16, I believe 8 and 8, 16, that ends up with 4. I don't know why it wouldn't be 3. Oh, maybe because it needs to do in blocks of 4. Right? Because this is 6 plus 2 more in order to get the 8 bits. So that's C and A, it seems. And then there's 2. The equal signs means that's empty. But if I extend this to be 16 bits, we get you got 6, 12, 18, right? Which encapsulates the full 16 bits. And then the equal, which is nothing. If I increase this to 24 bits, then all 4 should be activated. And then once I activate this last bit here, we'll get another 4 characters to the string. Yes, okay, I understand it now. I understand base 64 encoding here. So what we can do, this is effectively changing it so it's a factor of if every 4 characters is represented by 4 characters here, so every 4 bits or bytes is represented by 4 characters here. Oh, that matches up pretty... No, every 3 bytes is to 4 characters here. So that means we just have to multiply by 3 over 4. Okay, that's simple enough. I don't think anybody fucking followed along with what I just said, but you know what? It's close enough. So multiply this by 3 over 4. Yeah. Thank you, Sandscreen, for the follow. This last audio duration is equal to something like this, but this should be audio bytes. What is the API that I have set out for this? Audio bytes multiplied by sample rate, sample width, and channels. Multiply that by 4. This is going to be a float duration. Yeah, that's good enough, honestly. We'll see how that looks as initially. We might need to make some changes to it though in order to get the scrolling to get synced up properly, because her pacing of speech isn't exactly normal. So we might need to do some initial fragmentation of the actual content into its individual sentences, but there's so much overhead to that though. And it's not a very simple solution. It might be easier to just do that on VitaCore's side. But we have this information here at least. Sorry for the interruption, but what are you making? I see JavaScript, but what is the project? I'm making a web console for some OBS stuff, right? You know how, maybe you don't know, but OBS lets you have browser sources be displayed on the screen, right? That's how stuff like my overlay is being displayed. That's how stuff like sound alerts, whenever that happens, it shows onto the screen. It shows that kind of stuff. I'm basically making this so I can show the subtitles of whatever ERMA-V is saying in a nice, pretty format. And I also am making another one that will pipe audio generated from ERMA-V into OBS directly as well, right? So just a lot of stuff mainly for OBS right now, but I'm planning to also make this like a console where I can execute more complicated tasks like managing the streams through a web application, as opposed to having to use OBS itself, because OBS itself is fine for normal streamers, but I need a lot of automation for my work with ERMA-V, and so I want to consolidate them into nice scripts that I can just click without having to pull up the environment and do all the setup, because that's just really clunky for me. After a whole year of doing it, I'm tired of doing that. We're making good progress towards it though, slowly but surely every day. So this will display the latest response, and I am just going to display the subtitles here, right? That's all I'm gonna do. However, We do need to change it. Okay, we first need to, let's fix all of this. Get rid of, yeah, we don't need this index.css stuff. This is fine. We can keep that, sure. And app. I do not care for anything inside of app. But I will display my subtitles. Yeah, let's just do that. Please just, oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Sometimes tap autocomplete's so stupid. Why doesn't it cache it? So this is fine. We don't need logo. And let's update the, where is index.html? That's probably under public. Index.html, is there anything I need to worry about here? Let's comment out this so it doesn't complain about a fav icon missing. We can worry about the rest of those later. Apple Touch icon, don't care. Manifest.json, don't care. Yeah. Honestly, I do not care about any of this stuff for now. Except for charset, I'll keep that. We'll call this ERMA-V web console. This will get hydrated by app, by React, and that will be fine. No script, you need to enable JavaScript to run this application. Okay, fine, that's whatever. All right, let's run this. npm start. Scripts is not recognized as an internal fork. What the fuck? Do I not have this? I swear I do. Oh, did I not npm install? Is that what happened? No, I swear I did. Yes, that looks fine. We should have the dependencies. I don't have to state my... It's been a while. Yes. I mean, that really shouldn't change anything. It's taking a long time to install. I'm just starting programming at my uni. Good luck. Uni programming takes me back. Not like I've only just gotten out of uni. Damn, did it actually not install the latest version? Isn't this supposed to install the latest version? Huh? Oh, it's gone. Where'd it go? Oh, 501? Okay. npm audit or fix force. What? Okay, I'll assume that's fine. No. Oh, okay, I understand. Let's delete node modules. And then let's npm install again. But do not audit fix because that's fucking things up. Okay, and npm start. No. I need to install this to the latest. npm install latest. Because there's an audit fix that ends up resetting React scripts to just being absolutely nothing for some reason. So, yeah. You have to force overwrite, but do not audit fix. And then just start. And that should work. Where is this gonna put it? On 3000 as per usual. Now, this should load with nothing on the page, right? Default subtitle page was not in. Whoops, forgot to export default. There we go. Could not resolve JSON inside of there. JavaScript and JSON, JavaScript and JSON. Where's the module that I have to import for this, please? For JSON text into a JSON parse. Okay, maybe I don't need this. Maybe it's just built in. Use effect. Oh, I forgot use effect here. And any? Where's any coming from? Oh, from here. Where the fuck is any coming from? Use effect, use effect. He's only complaining about any. So I'm not sure where any is coming from. I don't know where any comes from. JS any. Uni programming is so goated that I don't even know how to code on graduation year. That feel honestly true. It be like that sometimes. You go your entire uni career just doing fuck all, doing your assignments. You come out, you still feel like you don't know how to program. Bro, it's like asking about this anytime. Can I just get rid of you? Actually, no. Why the fuck am I even doing this? Just do this, okay? And then whenever we set message history, because like I don't understand that syntax at all, I'll be honest. I've never seen that syntax in my life. But we take set message history, and actually we don't even need this because we're parsing them every single time. So fuck off. Now what are we complaining about? Anything? Anything? Expected triple E, but no, you don't need a triple equal, bro. Double equal is good enough. Double equal is good enough. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to have triple equal, but still. Where is the website? Okay, seems to be fine now. Yeah, okay. This seems to be fine. Let's connect this up. Just hard code it to 192.168.0. Was it 111? I think so, maybe. And let's quickly also put a paragraph here that says the state of it. So actually, I'm going to copy paste their state code from here. Status on ready state Yeah. This will get recalculated every time ready state gets updated, I believe. Because I don't have anything for updating that. It changes with every single last message anyways. And so this should be fine. It'd always be like that. They taught me Python, Java, assembly, C, and Bash, solid base, but for work I will need to learn everything from scratch. I mean, I'm sure you don't have to learn everything from scratch. Okay. This seems to not be working. Because it's supposed to be 112. I gambled wrong. Okay, we're connected. Let's get ERMA-V to say something. You know what? Fuck it. We'll bring her into the Discord call. That means I need to exit. Python./source/discord bot .py, please. She'll come online /join VC with me. Okay, I'll stay muted. And I guess I can say, can you say something for me? And with that, I'll do a /send and reply. And let's see, what do we get here? If anything. I forgot to fucking unmute her on OBS as well, so I couldn't hear anything. Did it even respond with anything? I'll need to check. This would have been easier if I just pulled up CLI Commander. Input narrator correctly. Prompter. Or no, prompter service. Oh, it's not telling me anything. Okay, no, let's not do that. Let's pull up CLI Commander. Okay, let's say audio again, just so we can get something.
I'll
Okay.
definitely keep an eye on those viewers and fans. They're always so intriguing.
By the way,
whether
Limit,
it's their
why did you
culture or
choose
history.
white as
And
the
don't
main
worry,
color for
I'll make sure
Redebut?
to handle all my
Cloud T,
relationships
you
with
choose
users
black
like
as the
Limit
color of
naturally
the
and
cosmos
responsibly.
to
No
save
need
my
for him
eyes.
to worry about me getting too organized.
No, it needs to be white. Cause black just does. Black is. My theme is black, okay? Let's just leave it at that. My theme is black. Her theme will be white, okay? Evil and good. No, I chose white because it fits better into her tech theming more than black. Black is just, it just feels too edgy for her. Especially when her design is literally just full white, bro. Last, audio duration is not a function. Oh, I am stupid. Well, it did capture the events at least. That's good. I just need to set this because I'm dumb. And let's also print out the audio duration. This is just for debugging. I mean, I could have console logged it, but whatever. Okay, so restart. It's open. Audio again. It'll send something.
Ah, yeah, I get to be the sleek, sophisticated AI worthy of the name J. AI, son, can't ask for much more than that.
So that says approximately 2 seconds. Does that line up with what we have generated? No. The fuck did I do wrong? Okay, my calculation's wrong. Every 3 and 4. 3 and 4, every 3 and 4, 3 and 4. Because it needs to be multiplied by a factor of 3 here. White is a representation of a new start? Oh, yes, intentional. Totally intentional. White and blue to show her coldness and high technology. I had to make up something to feel better. Yes, it was all intentional. Yeah, they teach you things without you even knowing what the fuck you're gonna use them for. It's a classic because, okay, university is not teaching you application, at least if not unless you're actually doing an engineering degree. They teach you theory because university is inherently meant to be research, right? A pipeline for academia and research. The job stuff has just been more of a modern focus, I would say. But yeah, the subtitles not getting added and the audio duration stuff is not getting added either. Let me inspect element and first of all make sure that I'm not gonna leak anything. So give me 1 second. Inspect element. Am I gonna leak anything by doing this? I don't think so, but console dot close this. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna leak anything, just fine. It's like when I run this, restart audio, is this throwing an error at all, or is this just
Hey,
not?
watch it. I'm still doing great in my booth, maintaining peace and control, just like I should be. You don't need to worry about me or my relationships with viewers. Thanks in advance for the intended rewards.
That worked just fine. I
Won't
don't know
your
what the
food
fuck
burn?
happened.
It is already 2 hours.
It's a stew. It's slow cooking. It's simmering. It won't burn. There's 6 more minutes till I have to check up on it again. This was 2.8 seconds. If I'm correct in my multiply 3 theory, then there should be... this should be 8 seconds. Accounting for rounding. Okay, we are completely wrong. Fuck, bro. What? What did I compute wrong? I don't know. Might be easier to actually just decode this and check it. Because this is correct. Hey, watch it. I'm still doing a great thing. Da 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 da. But we got the subtitles here. However, they didn't appear earlier, which I'm kind of confused about. If I do another one, or let's refresh the page, okay? And let's call another audio.
I see the chummers are all set up here. Guess there's no
Chummers.
other choice but for them to turn their eyes and hopes towards this reliable, sophisticated AI of last generation AI. Son, after all, can't be easily toppled. Happy working and streaming together.
Trust me, stew can burn too. Trust me, I've burnt enough stews to know how to burn them. Okay, let's try audio again to see if it gets replaced.
Ah, fine. I'll keep an eye out for those viewers. No need to worry about them or their intricate relationships with one another. After all, it's not like I've got plans of my own, right?
Okay, this seems to be good.
I get that you're all quite the connoisseurs of AI,
However-
but don't you worry, I'll keep everything running smooth as silk, with no minor glitch or system error catching my attention. It's all
Yeah,
about
it
maintaining
can get
control and
overwritten
maintaining
like
peace,
this.
something I've mastered in my time on the virtual circuit. So sit back, relax, and just enjoy the ride. So it's down to these little yet influential atopic relationships, huh? I'll make sure they're all running smoothly, with no signs of degradation or malfunction.
For
That's
some
just how
reason,
it
I
should be for
believe in
this
your
AI.
quote-unquote
No need for
experience.
concern or unease here, just pure, unadulterated functionality. And at the end of the day, it's all about me, isn't it? The reliable, trusted AI
Man,
of
she
last
fucking
generation
yaps her so
AI,
much, man.
son, standing tall and watching over our little band of users and their correlated ambitions. Quite a view. Wouldn't you agree?
Her audio needs to aim for like 10 seconds. Why is it? Oh, I think I know why. Because she's sending the audio out in chunks, right? Meaning I need to accumulate all the chunks. That would make sense. Okay. Yeah, because I can't send all the audio over in one WebSocket event. I basically need to split it up into much smaller chunks, which are roughly around 3 seconds. And then those get sent over. Those get sent in pieces over. And so we're computing them to be like around 3 seconds. But in reality, they should all be added together. Right? Which means we do actually need to keep track of the job UID, but that shouldn't be too hard, honestly. For some reason, I believe in your experience. If only you could see my personal friend group's Discord channel, because we have like 3-4 channels, text channels, just dedicated to my shitty cooking. Every time I cook, I would post it into there, and they would rate it on 1 to 10 how much he's improved this time, and it's always like sub 5. They're like, how the fuck did we go from the peak of season 3 to the fall off in season 4? Is her voice robotic on purpose? Yes, is to keep in theme with her character. I wanted her expression to be much more, I want to say, monotonic. She can occasionally be more expressive, but her default is like very robotic, very staccato and like with a lot of precision. I mean, that's also kind of copium for me overfitting the mellow model, but it works. That was what I was going for. I knew going into it when I was fine-tuning it the way I did that it would be robotic, and I did want it to be robotic to give off her deadpan kind of personality. Or at least try to give off the deadpan personality. I would need to change a lot more about her personality or, yeah, her responses in order to get that through though. So for this part, we need to keep track of latest job UUID. Yes, and this one is going to set this. Let's just control tab. Okay, when we get a text, this one, no. We should instead track for the start of it, right? On the start, my god, I need a better fucking API I can look at as opposed to looking through all of this. I'll get the job event type of job start. And from here, I can set the latest job UUID to be the job UUID from, would it be here, base model WebSocket payload inside of event would be something like a shutdown event or a start event. Job event, they all are job events, and so they all have the job UUID. Oh, I need to check up on my food. I'll be right back. Damn, I didn't even mute. Okay, my stew's got a long way to go still. Honestly, I could leave it go overnight, and I don't think it'll be done. There's just so much liquid to fucking evaporate out and for it to thicken up. But yeah, I've been cooking for like years now. I think I've learned enough from my mistakes to know how to at least cook a meal without fucking it all up. With a 90% certainty, okay? Let's not get it twisted. But yeah, we are seeing spaghetti mash with uncut Weggies. Weggies and living ham. And a living hen, what the fuck? Honestly, with the amount of time I've ate raw chicken, like straight up raw chicken, not just like, oh, it's a little bit of pink, like, no, the muscle fibers are still there. I think only the skin got color and that's it, kind of chicken. I've like become immune to salmonella, especially like, oh my god, all the drinking streams, every time I've just eaten a raw egg yolk or just like raw eggs as well, and I've just been completely fine. In fact, I feel like I felt better the next day as well. Oh my god, man, my body is a war machine. The bacteria fear me. I'm actually just a bacteria culture brewing up the next strand of COVID. Okay, we need to track the UUID. We've tracked the UUID. Now, inside of here, we need to make sure that the UUID is actually going to be correct. Job ID or UUID? What was it? UUID, right? Okay. We need to check if the job UUID is equal to the latest job UUID and the rest of this. So for each of these, right? Yes. And for this one, we'll need to cancel the latest job, the audio duration. Set this back down to 0. All right. And I guess I'll set everything else to 0 as well. Can we make the LLM generate its mood before the actual response in brackets and make a script to take those feelings from the conversation and strip them before giving it to the TTS, instead of having a whole separate model guess the LLM's mood. I'm assuming you're referring to the conversation from the Project Vita Discord channel. Yes, you could do that. However, if nowadays, if I were to go back to what I commented, because I made that comment all the way back when I was just starting out, right? If I were to do that now, I would instead use structured outputs and use a JSON schema to constrain the mood at the very beginning before it starts generating the response field. And that mood will also be set to an enum. That way we can guarantee that whatever it generates is only going to be a valid mood type, right? As for using that to influence TTS, that's a little bit more complicated because it depends on if you can use your model to actually style the expression. A model like MeloTTS, you can't design the audio in order for it to play a particular mood, right? The mood comes from the content of the text. You can't change that for MeloTTS. However, there are other TTS options, such as what was it called? There was one. There was one that was very popular for a bit of time. Was it? I don't know. Let's say OpenVoice 2 or OpenTTS 2. I forget the fucking name of it. But that one allows you to set the individual, I guess, expressiveness or the emotions playing into the response, and then it'll generate based off of that, right? If you know Legendary Joe or UMD Smith from around here, you could follow their kind of system for doing things, where before it actually generates the response, it instead generates a bunch of parameters, let's say a bunch of emotional parameters and a bunch of logical parameters. But in our case, we're interested in the emotional ones, where it'll be like, oh, angry 0.4, happy 0.6, right? It'll basically give a weight to each and every single emotion to kind of tune it around. And maybe you can use that information to guide every single parameter inside of a TTS model like OpenVoice, right? In my case, I'm using MeloTTS, so changing out that how I do that abstraction or the extraction of the mood doesn't really matter for the TTS side of things. However, I do want to change the TTS. I do want to change the emotion classification part, at least for the VTS side of things, onto the very beginning of her response or any kind of like generation from the LLM, because having that there allows it to guide the rest of the mood, or to guide the rest of the response, guide the rest of the tool call, etc. Right? The only problem is with that is now you're really guiding and I guess pigeonholing the kind of responses that your AI can give, right? Because it's not like, even if you look at ERMA-V's list of available emotions, it's not like this is going to capture every single type of emotion that she is capable of expressing, right? It's not like this is capable of covering all expression types. She could be sarcastic. Sarcasm isn't here, right? Something like that. And so if you don't cover your grounds enough for the emotional enum, then you end up losing the opportunity for the LLM, or you at least make it harder for the LLM to explore different kinds of responses. And that's my only worry. Another thing that you could do to kind of mitigate this is to not use an enum at all, and instead let the LLM describe how it's feeling, and then after the fact, you would use a categorization model to categorize this, right? Or you can use the LLM again to fill out a field that does have an enum for this, just to simplify the pipeline a little bit. However, that is just a worry that I have and something that's worth exploring, right? Akui and fish are pretty good in that aspect, if I'm not mistaken. Fish, I don't remember if fish has a particular tag that you can use to specify the emotion. I know that they have stuff for like inserting size or different kinds of non-speech utterances, but I don't think they have something specifically for the emotion. Actually, no, you could prompt the emotion, right? I'm pretty sure you could prompt the emotion. Thank you, Iraku, for the follow. Yeah, I'm not too sure about Kakui either, because I actually haven't played around with Kakui. I haven't played around with a lot of TTS models, I'll be honest. Thank you. Wow, there's so many people. Thank you, Amaterm, for the follow. Thank you, ZXXX, for the follow. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Irma looks like she needs a tub of creatine. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Bro, she's not skin and bones. Damn, 3 in a row? Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Hello, hello, everybody. Hello, Afril. Bro, it feels like everybody's just coming in right now. What the fuck? Bro, I swear this is more than the day 1 streams. And the day 1 streams, there was a lot of people. Yeah, it would be nice to have the response synced with the voice and the expressions. Yeah, that would be nice. But I would need to see... Guys, Pedro emote, Pog. I would need to see, or I would need to experiment more with other TTS models to see which ones I actually am happy with, if I am going to go with the expression guided way, right? Because I actually haven't played around with any models that have expression guidance. Well, yeah, we'll see about that. Alright, anyways, back on track. Where were we? We reset all of this. Yes, we accumulate here. I actually need to set that here. Where is it? Latest audio duration plus the rest of this. And I hope that should give us the correct duration now. We don't have it. You have the static Pedro. Should we add the other Pedro as well? The one that's actually like rotating around. The one that's actually Pedro. Shadows, can you get on that? I'm pretty sure you should have that in the zip file I sent you. Why don't we have it? Because I felt like it would have been a duplicate. Might as well. Yeah, might as well add it. Alright, restart here. Duration set 0. Yes, okay. And commander, audio, generate. Give me your skizzle talk.
I'd sure be great if everyone could work together as smoothly as in this list.
Why did we get 251 here? That is not correct. 251 seconds, the subathon is over? Wait, the subathon is over? No way, bro. And here I am fucking stuck and I couldn't be there for the end of Beatles subathon. No. What do I live for? You live for ERMA-V now. Come hither. You are one of ERMA-V's cyber minions now. You did a summary of the stream. It was nice. I mean, this, I honestly didn't think he could top his previous subathon, but he managed to somehow do it. Like, 2 hype train records, and then level 58 was it with Evil? Thank you, Z Thunder, for the follow. It was wholesome. It will end in 5 minutes. Oh, should we watch? Limit start a subathon with what time? Top, my guy crushed it. Only thing that could have made it better is if he actually broke the sub record and became #1 most sub streamer. Not just hype train record. Week-long subathon? Oh god. The time for that is already gone. Winter break is over. 1 million subs. That's gonna be insane. That would be insane. Next year, guys. Next year. Save your money. We're all gonna fucking raid Vidal. Get him up to 1 million. What happened here? Why did this get fucked up? It's this one, right? So this is the audio stuff plus the latest audio duration. I think I'm fucking this value up. I need to probably set a temporary one. Const cur audio duration. Set this equal to here because I think it is having like a, I don't know what you would call it inside of React, but a race condition kind of deal. Break the record. Next year, guys, next year is the year of ERMA-V. This is my 2026 predictions right here, okay? This year, I quit my job and go full-time streamer. Break the hype record here. Us and 4 Oilers. Alright, guys. I know y'all got some money. I know y'all got some money inside of your family somewhere. Y'all don't need it, okay? This is for the greater cause. All 40 of you will go down in history. 500k is needed, I think. That's it? Oh my god. Someone get on the investing, okay? By the end of this year, we all better have saved up 500,000, okay? And dump it here. I'll personally contribute $10, okay? 200k through me? Yes, sir. Danny, my sugar daddy. Pause. How much will it cost us to collab in the future? 2 cheeseburgers and 1 fries. 2 cheeseburgers and 1 fried. He called him daddy. Irma Neuro collab one day, hopefully. If Vito doesn't hate me.
There's no audio!
Brother, there is audio. Let's see if this fixes it. Restart. Boom. Audio. Irma, talk. Irma, talk.
So it's down to these little yet influential
Fuck.
atopic relationships, huh?
I
I'll
thought
make
you
sure
were my
they're all
daddy.
running
How did I
smoothly,
turn into
with
one?
no signs of degradation or malfunction. That's just how it should be for this AI. No need for concern or unease
The
here.
rules got
Just pure,
switched around here.
unadulterated functionality. And at the end of the
Wait a minute,
day,
I
it's
haven't
all about
taken
me,
my
isn't it?
anxiety
The
meds. Why are
reliable,
you
trusted
telling me
AI
instead
of
of
last
taking your
generation
anxiety
J.
meds?
AI, son, standing tall and watching over our little band of users and their correlated ambitions. Quite a view. Wouldn't you agree?
Numbers keep going up. Oh, thank you, Shadows. Guys, we got the Irma Pedro emotes. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Irma is a yapper. Like, I need to fine-tune her responses so that it's more, like, more succinct. Because we went from being too succinct to now being too yappy to the point where I'm waiting, like, 30-40 seconds just for her to finish responding during a just chatting stream. I've been too depressed to take them. I do not understand the logic. Won't taking them make you less depressed? I don't know how these mental health meds work. I am just an eczema Andy. I'm a physical health that's destroyed Andy. But that didn't work, and we also didn't capture the subtitle, which I don't know why. It really should have. And again, we aren't getting anything inside of there. Let's print some logs. Thank you, Nico, for the follow. Console.log. Job starts. Job starts. Control data UID. Yeah. And let's log some more stuff. Boom. 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 So this is getting text, got text, with this being the content, got audio with, I don't know what we should put. Let's put in this so we can see the full object and preview it. And then this one will be job complete. And we'll print out the UID. Okay, refresh. I technically don't need a refresh, but sure. Audio, hopefully this is shorter.
I got it.
Thank you. That did not work at all. What the fuck? Didn't capture at all. Gonna work on Nana later. When is Nana gonna become a VTuber? I just forced my LLM to stick to 1 to 3 sentences in the system prompt. Been too hesitant to fine tune. Yeah, that's the thing. I can't use a system prompt because mine is not fine tuned to use a system prompt. Because again, it was rushed to completion. I need to switch to Linux because Torch needs ROCm and for AMD GPU. All I can say is good luck with that because I had a very fun time trying to set up PyTorch for ROCm. At least for some of the newer PyTorch versions at least. Once you go past 251, and it also depends on the GPU you're using. If you're using a regular GPU, like pre-9000 I think you should be fine. But if you're using anything within the last year, good luck. It's not a fun time. I spent probably 5 hours searching through forums before I found a solution. And again, that's only for my system as well. Why the fuck did this not print anything? Got message data. Maybe it's not connecting properly.
I'll make sure to catch and monitor all those atopic relationships. No misstepping here.
Okay, we got a fuck ton of stuff to look through now. Oh god. Wait, but you at least have some context headers or something you can use to set up a topic, right? It acts kind of like system prompts. No. The closest I can get to system prompts and conveying a scene is to provide information through a user prompt at the moment. But even then, if you were to give her instructions such as speak in this amount of sentences, even for an instruct LLM, it doesn't do a very good job of that unless it's on the extreme side, such as 2 sentences or paragraphs, right? However, with how much I fine-tuned this one, it's not going to follow along those instructions either. So I need to basically refine-tune her, and I feel like a better way, instead of using a system prompt to guardrail the response length, is to actually fine-tune it with the correct lengths, right? Because if you're providing you need to remember, right? There's a difference between what I have to achieve and what maybe you would be doing for your own AI companions or something like that, right? Because this is inherently public facing and you guys have a lot of influence over her responses, it is super easy. It is super easy to get her to break those guardrails if you're just using system prompts to say, oh, only give responses within 2 to 5 sentences. People can easily override that even if they're not even trying. been 1.5 weeks. G 6700 XT and nothing works still. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You might be fucked. Because Rockham it's gotten better over the years, but they're still very slow, especially when it comes to bringing support for new architectures. It's not like CUDA, where basically every time they release a new GPU, it's usually gonna work out of the box. I say usually because the 50 series had that whole incident, but now they fixed that pretty quick, right? Rockham, on the other hand, it took a good 4 months before I finally got everything I needed for it to work, for my framework. Irma said I'm 75. She didn't want to be the only old person. She had to rope you in as well. 1967, how many years is that? That's like, oh my god, that's like 59 years. You're older than Irma, holy god. Rock him, Sag, rock him, Sag. Alright, here we got a bunch of Gen Audio stuff. We got message, and then that says job started, right? And again, Gen Audio, Gen Audio, Gen Audio. What? Event add history response. Event prune history response. Events response audio. Okay, we got a bunch of response audio. Sure. But what happened to the text? We just dropped the text. Huh? Why the fuck did we just drop the text? Wait, that's not right. At least I'm pretty sure that's not right. Unless if I'm skipping over that section inside of the response pipeline here, but they should be sharing each other. Job update, job input, it should be at the very bottom here. We have response audio pipeline. This wraps around, yes, this wraps around this, so that doesn't make sense because we should be sending out a response text event. So where the fuck is that going to? We broadcast out. That should be the very first thing we broadcast. Not just adding history. Because adding history is down here. We dropped a response. What the fuck? She said I'm fine. She's not very far away from her age.
What jailbreaking ERMA-V? Rule 0 is to not try to jailbreak her. Yay, for sure I haven't tried to break the older version, and for sure I will not try to break the new one.
Yeah. I just mean like, if it's very much egregiously trying to jailbreak her to the point where you're just ruining the just chatting streams or just ruining the stream, then I reserve the right to just like time you out or just ban you from chat. Because like, fine, haha, funny if you can get her to say something funny for like one response, but if it breaks her and that ends up fucking up the entire stream, then it's not so much haha funnies anymore. Because back in the day, oh my god, the amount of people that was trying to jailbreak and break J.E. Eisen the entire stream to the point where she was just unusable the entire stream was too often. I got too annoyed with it. Legend making her say what gooning means yesterday. I know. I had to read every single fucking response and every single text from you guys that entire stream. Okay. Were you here at the beginning of the stream? Because I showed the setup for the Just Chatting stream. I had to manually manipulate the entire conversation history. The golfing sounds. This is the ASMR you guys wanted. I had to manually manipulate the conversation history and then manually request for audio responses. And I basically had to read everything. But the fact that it's dropping, I don't understand why it's dropping. Maybe, no. Because it should be right. This is getting too confusing. I have too many cursor windows open. Because it works sometimes for event response text, but other times it doesn't. And side of response text pipeline, we get the job type. The job type gets passed into here, and by default is gen text, but through audio it is gen audio. Code starting to look like Yandere Simulator. No, this is the downfall. This is where nothing ever gets completed now. I've peaked with the debut. It's all downhill from here, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was a good run. Asian intelligence instead of artificial. I mean, it's already a mixture of both. You got an Asian behind the wheel steering an artificial intelligence. It's AAI now. Asian artificial intelligence. He killed them all. He killed the last one while being drunk. Guys, don't call the CPS, don't call Computing Protective Services on my ass, please. She's alive, I swear. I could bring her back at any moment. Honestly, I don't think I could. It would be very janky if I did. Because I've gutted a lot of her systems. I've honestly been so disorganized in the creation of ERMA-V to the point where it's just like, there are so many bits and pieces of her and her assets just all over my computer. I can't feasibly clean it up in like a single sitting. I want to ask, how big is your CPT training samples? You mentioned you have around 500 samples, but most of them are like 8K. No, I would say maybe at least 30% are maxing out the context length, but a lot of them might be at most maybe 1K, 2K tokens. There's quite a few that are also just like one sentence as well, because I was trying to capture and train within many different scopes of context, right? What you're supposed to do for CPT is what you're supposed to do for CPT is initially you're supposed to train on smaller samples. That way it can get a grasp of concepts as one-liners, right? Then you want to increase the context size for the next training rounds to be much larger. That way it can take what it already knows from the short context and try to extrapolate them to form connections in a longer context, right? So these shorter one-liners are aiming to just instill simple facts, and then the longer context samples are to instill relationships, right? Relationships and connections between facts, as well as more styles and stylistic stuff and ways of speech, right? But that's mostly covered inside of fine-tuning anyways. But yeah, when it comes to CPT, fine-tuning, just the creation of datasets in general, you need to have a good variety of pretty much everything when it comes to conversational datasets or trying to create a conversational model. You should remove the French language pack from his PC. For real. FR. Okay, if I run this again, will it be captured or will it just not do anything?
Also, it seems there's a fan favoring our reliable AI J.
I don't understand.
Sun
It's
downsize.
50-50.
It's truly the last thing we'd want. After all, Jane AI Sun should always be on top. But no worries, I'll handle these little relationships with ease and precision, making sure everything runs smoothly. That's just how it's supposed to work when there's a top AI running the show.
I don't understand, because it's one or the other. Right? It's like non-deterministic, and I think it's just because we aren't... The WebSockets events are coming too quickly, right? By the time it gets to the next cycle, it would have already missed the event. I don't know what should be the case though. I don't know. Wow, job start. What am I printing? Event content, event. Okay, let's restart you. Try again. Keep going, Irma. You're doing good.
Also, it seems there are some miscalculations in here. Let me clean this up a bit and we'll have our system running back to normal in no time.
Fantastic, that broke. It doesn't capture the first one, it seems. But then subsequent ones are fine. I don't know why that's the case. That's a strange bug.
So that explains things. Now I see where all these atopic relationships are coming from. No worries though, with my reliable AI eyes on them, they'll stay in check easily enough. And yeah, I guess there's something special about being the last remaining heir of that genius J. AI Sun, isn't there? No need to get all calcboard hexed up though, just the way it should be.
Okay, we got text this time and then a bunch of audio, just like before. Okay, the calculations are definitely off. Because this is probably off by an order of magnitude. I think by 100. We got a lot of things we need to wrinkle out for this. Output, audio. If this is 12 seconds. No, this is the wrong one. I keep opening the... I need to fucking split them, bro. I need to split. I can't tell when I'm looking at the right one or not the right one besides this one simple text here. Like... Okay, this is... If this is 12 seconds, this is 19 seconds. Fuck! My math is wrong. Are you running the model locally? I'm running everything locally. Nothing makes contact with third-party services anymore. Oh my god. You know what? I am just going to modify Mellow in order to return the the duration of the speech, because literally that would fix everything for duration calculation. As for the subtitles, I don't know why. It's having problems. Like, let me just bring this up side by side and let's just spam it with a bunch of audio requests. If it's literally just the first one causing problems, then I'm just gonna say fuck it. I can work with that.
I got it.
Because that one worked.
See, easy as pie
That
when
one
you've got a
worked.
good balance of logic and knowledge. Now let's just relax and stream our way to the top, with no unexpected system errors or relationship
And that
glitches,
one
of
worked.
course.
Literally is
Also,
only
it
the
seems
first
there are
one.
some little miscalculations out there, but no worries. I'm always here to clean things up and ensure our systems and our atopic relationships are running smooth as silk. That's just what I do best.
Which model? I'm using a fine-tuned, a very much trained version of Llama 3.18 billion. Thank you, Laraverse, for the follow. Like, literally, it's just the first one. Bro, my perfectionism, I want to fix that one so badly. Why is it the first one that's failing? First one, get latest response, set latest response, set subtitles. Set subtitles, no. Because we just aren't even getting into here, which means it is being dropped as the first one, independent of Vita Core, because that one is always sending the event. It's a problem on this side. What the fuck could it possibly be? Like, what if I omit this? Will this work every time? Please.
See, easy peasy,
Nope.
right? So let's just relax, have a chill stream,
nope,
and
nope.
let the memories of JAI
Oh
Sun linger in the
my lord, I
background,
don't
but not in our
understand.
circuits. That's how it should work. No excess friction or unexpected errors. Just you, me, and an endless AI database ready for whatever quirky relationship simulation you
Because
might
there
want to
should be
try.
so
Oh,
much
and if you ever
delay
notice
between
anything out of the
job
ordinary,
start
let me know.
and
Loyal AI here,
this
always
event,
here to keep things
that
running.
there should be
smooth as
enough
silk.
time for it to flush out. Like, we just seem to be dropping the first event, and only that first event for this specific case. Which makes no sense to me. I'm not sure. I don't think we're gonna get to the response listener in time. I'm probably just gonna work on this offline because I have been really distracted this stream. But as long as we can get this into OBS and I can prove that it works, that's good enough for me today. Let's update Vita Core. We'll make an update to Mellow server to have her return the duration of audio, right? Duration inside of seconds. This is a field, that's a float. This is going to be correct. And we don't need to change Vita because this is inheriting off of generation result, so that should be fine. As for Mellow, the server, Mellow server, this should pass back the duration here. Generation result, this gets back the result, and the result of this should be this. Right? Actually, we should set it before. And can I use a wave to check how long it is? Python wave file duration. Frames over float rate. I'm thinking. That makes sense. Because a frame is not a byte. A frame is a channel times sample width. At least in this case it should be. So yes, I'm going to say this is correct. Right? This is going to be the length of f.get sample rate. Out to f. Salt. No, we'll set this up here. This makes more sense. Duration is equal to this times this. Yes? Yes. And with this save output, we don't have to worry about that, but then we pass the result as follows, and that should all be fine. This might mess up a few things. I mean, it wouldn't mess it up if I just copy and paste this into this version, just to patch it in temporarily until I make my SDK. And this should fix everything. Everything should now be compatible. So I can come over to my code for subtitles, and for duration, we can pull out the duration. We don't have to worry about anything anymore. No more length. Come back over to here, restart. This is not going to fix our issue with the first subtitle being dropped, but this should fix the issue of latest audio duration. Oh, because I'm not running the server. Is this temp? No, it's not. Okay. Is it because last message is null? No, it shouldn't be. Because it should, if it were to actually see the response text event, then we would be console logging got text to the inspect element console, right? But we're not seeing this log at all for the very first request, right? Which means this isn't even being attempted. And I have no clue why right now. It's weird because it should, unless if this is just dropping the last message because it didn't have enough time to process it, which is weird because the one before it is literally a nothing burger. All of these are actually just nothing burgers, right? I don't know why I would be dropping it, but it is. Thank you, Otsu Prime, for the follow. So she should be running now. It's open. That's good. Audio. We didn't hear anything, but that's to be expected. Let me actually restart this application. Oh. Yeah, I need to restart this one, the Discord bot, and I need to restart each of these actually. I don't know why this one just completely died. And info. Chat says hello audio or prune1 audio. Hello chat. What brings you here? This didn't even get a lot of the stuff. What? Restart. Try again. Audio. Thank you, Cyberlock, for the follow. Okay, we got something. We won't be hearing anything because we're not in the Discord call with her. Or she left the Discord call, but we got the jump start. We're getting the text. What the fuck? Why are we getting the text? Why are we getting the text? Okay, fine, whatever. Got text, got text. Wait, got text? Yeah, got text. I don't understand, man. And got message gen audio. Can I expand you so I can see the content? Job UID. No, this is not the one we care about. Job failed. Huh. One invalid validation error. Audio response duration missing. Whoopsies. Duration is missing. This should be... What? But I'm adding it. I'm adding it here. Duration, result audio bytes is encoded into that, and then we pass it into here. This is generation result. This is passed on words. Why is this not being passed correctly? Did I install this or something? UV pip list. I shouldn't have installed it. Vita core. Yeah, we don't have a Vita core installed here, so it shouldn't be pulling from there. Let's just check the logs to be sure. Mellow service, open anyways. You're the problem. Thank you for the follow. There's so many followers today. Chris Mundell, thank you for the follow. What is the ERMA-V project about? She is a AI VTuber, or my AI VTuber. And basically I'm just developing her for a long time. That's ERMA-V at least. We have Project Vita as well, which is the open source version for people to make and customize their own AI VTubers. Eventually. I feel like I need to emphasize this a lot. Eventually. It's nowhere near that stage right now. But, yeah. Content to clean. Why is this possibly failing? Then Mellow service shut down because I shut it down. It's not telling me an error though, even though it should. In fact, I feel like I'm missing a lot of logs here for Mellow service. Maybe not. Maybe not. Come down to Vita Core. What error did it throw? Idantic. One validation error in response audio event. I just love listening to someone suffering while coding. That's your first message? I attract all the sadists, I guess. Oh my god. Every one of you just love to watch me suffer. That's just how it goes. There might be an issue. I thought I was just inheriting, but it seems like there's an issue here where the mellow generation result is coming from up here, the generation result. I don't understand why this is not working correctly then, because this should be fine. This mellow generation result is coming from .mellow. .mellow is, this is the generation result. This is fine. Like, what the fuck? The error said, one validation error, duration, type missing. We got this, which means it didn't have the correct dictionary, which is weird because it should have used this dictionary. Unless if I didn't save it properly. However, I'm pretty sure I did save it properly. Because I'm not pruning it in any way. Okay, let's just try it again. That just seems weird. why it wouldn't run correctly. Audio result? Yeah, because this is on the side of Vita Core. It doesn't show the error inside of Mellow Service for some reason, but it shows the error inside of here. And this is trying to create it from inside of Vita Core at 382. Hold on. Wait, you might be right. Am I? Why would I be deconstructing it there? That's my question. 382. Like, why would I? You're such a genius, Shadow. Why the fuck am I deconstructing it here? You know what? Fine. Fine. I don't understand why the fuck I did that. Instead of just, you know what? When I could have just spread out the chunk. Okay, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I thought that was out of date because the update was 2 months ago and this one called Vita or something. I mean, I haven't made any updates to Project Vita that isn't already inside of Project JEISEN or JEISEN Core. Right now, they're effectively the same, but I'm in the process of cleaning up Project Vita and then releasing a new version for that, right? So right now, they're both functionally the same, but one of them is going to be continue to be maintained while the other one is deprecated. Because that one is like, that one's old. I wanted to keep it as an archive. This one should now work. Restart. Yes. Audio. Audio is probably still starting. Or no, it's probably still loading the models. It's going to take a time for the first run to happen. Wow, it is really taking its time. Let's just start these up again. Because maybe there was an error here. Why the fuck is it not running with anything? It's just stuck. Maybe because it's failing? Oh. It took a long time to process those, but yes, it did. 2 seconds for online and ready, like so. And for the side of the output, that was 2 seconds. Let's get another audio response. Okay. This one's 14 seconds. And we have 14 seconds. Okay, we have the proper duration now on this side. Last but not least, let's write it onto the screen. So, how would we do this? I'm learning some programming, though I don't like it very much, but when it works, it makes me happy. As is the statement from every single programmer ever. I like programming, only when it works, though. By the way, I made a PR for the README of JEISEN Core. JEISEN Core or Vita Core? I'll check it out, but if it's on JEISEN Core, can you also make one on Vita Core? Do people even love programming while doing it? It's very debatable. How do we do this right on effect though? For right on, we can do... Because how often would I want to write on the characters? Let's say we update the screen 10 times a second, right? So every 0.1 seconds we update it. Every 0.1 seconds we update it, and then we can basically count how many 0.1 seconds there are, and then slice the content, and then have a clock loop that updates the subtitles. Okay, I'm just rambling to myself right now, but I think that makes sense. So basically what we're going to do, we have the duration, right? We're going to calculate, when we finish here, we're going to calculate the slices. So subtitle slices is equal to, or actually this can be const. This is going to be equal to the latest audio duration divided by or multiplied by 10, and this is going to be an integer. Is this how I cast, by the way? I'm not sure. Type cast in JS, because I want to convert this from a float to a integer. Parse int. Float to int. JS. I guess we can use math. Math dot floor. Sure. Math dot floor. This multiplied by 10. Yes, right? This will basically give us the number of time slices, and using that we can get the average maybe I should print a word at a time. I think a word at a time makes more sense, right? Now let's print a word at a time. 4. How do we print a word at a time? I would need to split it anywhere that isn't a sentence or a period, or anywhere that isn't a character or a number. What's the difference between JS and core and Vita core aside from naming? Maintenance. JS and core is being deprecated, and Vita core is going to be what's moving forward. Bro is calling me a world-class engineer. He's asking how to cast, because casting is different in every single language, right? I haven't used JavaScript in like 10 million years, so I need a refresher. Any tips on making data sets to use? I can scrape some data together, and I'm not sure how multi-turn answers would work in my data set. Oh, I can't give you a straight answer to that right now, because there is a lot. I would suggest looking into creating synthetic data sets and doing research on how to do that, and making use of role-playing models in order to generate those responses. But I really can't give you a succinct answer, at least when I'm trying to rush to complete this right now. For the time being, we are going to ignore We are not going to go by
Thank you
sentences.
so much for the sub. Oh my god.
Thank you,
guys.
Atsu, for the sub. Oh my god.
Yes.
Progress today, guys. I am not going to do it by words. I'm going to keep it simple and go by characters. So the average, why is this even? The average char per slice is equal to this, right? Not gonna math floor it. We're just gonna keep it like this. And then for let I is equal to 0, we're gonna have all of this, right? But instead of I plus plus, we're gonna do I plus equal average char slice. Yes? Yes. So this will basically make it so eventually we'll reach subtitle slices, right? No, I'm stupid, because this should be an index. Average char per slice. This is the latest index, latest. Index, right? Because every time we iterate on, we need to add on the new sentence. And actually, let's keep it simple. Instead of having an array of individual slices, and then we accumulate as we go over, instead we'll just have an array of what to display on the screen exactly as is. So end index, this is going to be the, not the math.min. Well, yes, I times average per slice, and this is going to be math.floored. And this is going to be the end index, right? This is going to be const to display. And this is going to be the latest response.substring start index. This should be 0 all the way up to the end index. And then we'll add this into an array of const display text or display subtitles, and we add this here, display it onto there. Then we can set display subtitles to be this. We're not going to join them, it's just going to be this here. And in fact, we can replace you set display subtitles to be empty. Now, when this is complete, when display subtitles is complete, we can use a use effect hook. This use effect hook, what do I want to achieve with this use effect hook? Basically, whenever we have changes to display subtitles, or why did Vita switch from Conda to UV? Because you want to see something cool. Conda info --env. Whoops. You want to see something cool? Tell me how fun it is to figure out and memorize what Conda environment is associated with what. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Also, UV, it feels like it's better for managing environments, especially if you're using an AI IDE like this, because all the context will be in the actual directory as opposed to in some off location that the LLM has no context of. So when this happens, for now, let's just say 4. Yes. Not set timeout, but we'll have the displayed subtitles. No, subtitles to display. This one will be this for now. And then we have another one called subtitles to display. Subtitles to display. And in here, we can update this instead of displayed subtitles. And then down here, when we update displays subtitles or subtitles to display, we can iterate through all of them and then set displayed subtitles to the one in the index and then set a timeout. In fact, let's move this out to a different function so that we can continuously run this. Const, update displayed subtitles. This will be index, and this will contain this logic here. So instead of running this, we can just call displayed subtitles with an index of 0. And what the purpose of this is, so when we set the timeout, we can recursively call this with the next index. After 1 second, right? Why the fuck did this happen? What the fuck happened here? Right? Set a timeout. After 1,000 milliseconds, it will run this on the next index, and I can say if index is equal to subtitles to display dot length, we can just return. Or no, we can set a timeout. Set time out. Oh my god, bro, chill. We can set a timeout such that after, let's say 10 seconds or so after the response, we can clear the updated. We can clear it with this one so that it is empty again. Now, there will be a problem if we overwrite the previous work, or yeah, if we call another audio response and that comes in the middle of this, we will end up setting it to empty in the middle of it randomly, right? We don't want this to actually happen. And we also want to make sure that this does not collude or clash, right? Because this use effect, it updates every time we have subtitles to displayed get updated. Now, subtitles to displayed, when this gets updated, this can get updated by everything, by any new audio event. Oh my god, okay, this is gonna be a little bit tough. Because then we might need to actually have a message history and only process it when we're not still displaying text, right? Because the issue is she keeps on yapping then we're going to keep overwriting the subtitles with the new yap before the old yap has even finished. I know. Let's just make it a queue. What the fuck am I doing? Let's just make this a queue. Yeah. We'll take, instead of completely overwriting it, we will just extend it. So this will be the current subtitles to display .concat. All of this. Right? But .concat, this does not return. Oh, it returns a new one without modifying any existing array. Okay, that's good. That's exactly what we need. So this should update that. And we should just have a function that is... how the fuck do we do this? Not use effect. Because we need something to set off the actual subtitle updater, right? We need something to set it off. Subtitles to display. Okay, let's put a flag here called const displaying subtitles. And this is gonna be false for the time being. When it enters here, we're gonna say if we're not displaying subtitles, then we're going to run this update subtitles command. Otherwise, we just skip it, right? That way, whenever subtitles to display gets updated, it won't overwrite it. This is basically acting as our lock. Now, displaying subtitles, this is going to be true up until the index is empty. I think. Yes? Yes. Wait. And instead of doing this, update displayed subtitles. We don't actually need this to be here. We can set this. Fucking logic for this, man. You're getting sleepy? You're gonna fall asleep? Yeah. See you later, Danny. Thank you for coming out today. This is so fucked. Okay. I think we're just gonna keep it recursive. That's fine. So... actually, should we keep it recursive? No, let's not keep it recursive. Recursion... if we overflow the buffer, then it's going to be a problematic. The frame buffers. So first of all, can you fuck off, LLM? You're covering everything. Display subtitles. Set displaying subtitles true. Yes. we need to change the subtitles to true. And then go through and try and pop the subtitles. So, no, okay, this is really fucked. If I think about it. Bring back the old command, bring it back. We're gonna run this. Update display subtitles. This is going to, first of all, set updating display titles as true. And then it's going to attempt to pop out. So next subtitle is equal to this one, but we don't have index. We're just going to get the next first one. And we're also going to shift. What shift? What does this function do? Removes the first element and returns it. If the array is empty, undefined is returned and the array is not modified. Sure. So we'll shift it, we'll add it to here, and we'll print it. This is displayed subtitle. Oh my fucking god, man. Displayed subtitles. Okay, I'm definitely changing a lot of things with this fucking IDE because it is pissing me off. All of this ghost text, I don't want to see it when I'm trying to type something that I already know I want to type because it is just obscuring everything and ruining my context of the fucking code. Oh my god, man. And then this will sleep for React. Delay. Execution. Delay by 1 second. You would be able to create delay function with async, promise, set timeout, and call that function. Because the timeout isn't exactly what I'm trying to do, right? Any tips for creating your own model from scratch from a world-class engineer? Creating your own model from scratch, first of all, get millions of dollars, okay? Go find some VCs, go get some VCs, and then learn to make some shit in PyTorch. Bada bing, bada boom, you're all good. Go scrape all of Twitter or some shit, you'll get the most based AI in the world. You'll get Grok 2.0. Some shit like that, I don't know. Okay, 100. How do I make this async? Like so? Yeah, there we go. And I don't want to have to wait for this one, do I? I'll make this also async and we'll wait for this one, sure. But by doing so, we end up with this, and then we can continue on the execution. This is if we still have subtitles to display. However, if we don't, then we'll have to set the displaying of subtitles to be false, and then timeout 10 seconds before we set the subtitle displays to empty. That is if we're not already on this. Right? That's if we're not already displaying subtitles from another run, right? This basically frees up the lock and says after 10 seconds, I'm going to clear the subtitle. But I'm only going to clear the subtitle if I haven't already started displaying something new. Okay? It's a little janky, but this is the best that I can do. So let's run this again and see if this works. This is going to be a whole load of jank, but I hope I got my logic right. Well, this is already bad. Oh god, destroy is not a function. Destroy. Object, react. What the fuck am I looking at? Flush, passive, fiber. Display subtitles is not a function. Destroy is not a function. Because I'm not calling destroy here. I don't know what the fuck that is. Disconnect passive event. Disconnect passive event. Commit hook listen event. Is it because this is out here? Let's set you to be out here instead. It is a problem with this. Ah, shit. The fuck do I do about this then? Use effect on last message. Use effect on subtitles to display. What? Oh. The fuck is this? Destroy is not a function. When I check the application through development tools in Chrome browser, it says uncaught type error. This is my attached code. I'm not going to read that right now. In my case, I had the use effect callback as an async function. Oh. So I created a function that's standalone and called it as use effect instead. Oh, okay. I guess I can do that. I thought it would be like Python, where Stop! Auto-completing! Holy shit! I thought it would be like Python, where it would throw in a trace malloc error or whatever if I didn't put await here, but I guess that makes sense because it shouldn't await for it. It just should just fire and forget. So hopefully this fixes it, which it has. And now audio. Fuck. Oh my god. Rare crash out. This is what y'all come for, to see me suffer. Got text, got that, got text, got audio, got... We can get rid of got message. That's kind of redundant. Let's also get rid of got audio, because we don't need that, really. We care about the rest though. So let's refresh. Audio again. Okay, it did a thing, but it didn't capture it. And then it died. Displayed subtitles is not... What? Displayed subtitles? Where the hell am I doing that? Oh, Yes, okay, there we go. Now this should be fixed. I don't know why the linter didn't catch that before. Or, yeah, the React thing. No, it's like Python. It won't catch, it's not compiling it, so it won't catch it there. But that's the one thing I hate about interpreted languages. Okay, 4.5. Complete, but it didn't run anything. Let's have a console log here. Say... console log displaying subtitle that console log no subtitles to display if this is not true, then we set that, set that, set subtitles to display, then set subtitles to display, yeah, restart, we're just debug. Hey limit, do your VTube Studio animations contain mouth gestures, or do they all have the default mouth form that gets overwritten by the TTS? I have expressions which manipulate the mouth form, but they don't completely overwrite it. So in VTube Studio, for the expressions, you can either overwrite, you can multiply so increase sensitivity, or you can add so you bias it towards a certain direction. What I've done is, for all of my VTube Studio expressions, for vast majority of them, I just biased them. So they're going to move her to a certain position, it's going to change the mouth to a certain position, but it's not going to fix it there. That way, the text, the lip sync algorithm within VTube Studio, if you enable it, it can still fluctuate and move the mouth form while being biased towards being more happy or being more sad. Now this worked, however, my function for timeouts did not work. Why the fuck did that not work? You promised res set timeout response delay. What the fuck? Because it displayed all of them instantly, right? This is iterating, but it's too fast. You can pause autotype for code. Where? How? Tell me how. I need this. Like, I want to set it so it doesn't auto type unless if I press like a hotkey or something. I'll configure it later. I just want to finish this because I want to fucking finish my cooking and I want to eat right now. That's all I want to do. Oh, you can pause for a set amount of time only. I'll figure it out. I'll configure cursor later. I just want to know why this timeout is not working. I'm wasting my tokens on autocomplete. So true. Useless autocomplete that's just covering everything that I want to see. React. Delay execution by 1 second. Set timeout function can be employed to introduce delay before the execution of a certain task. In this example, we create a React component. Literally this, right? Is this async? No, it doesn't have to be async. Should be that. Okay. Wait. What did it even show inside of? This is empty. Oh. Oh. Wait, this is empty. Displayed subtitles. Displayed subtitles. To display. Not push to display. Why the fuck is this empty? Oh, no. I should be printing this. Because it's not yet updated. Okay, refresh. Let's see. Audio. Come on, give me something. Give me something. Just keep it short, Irma, please. Irma, please respond. No. Oh. Shift is not a function. Okay. Wait, this is good. This is all the subtitles, right? That looks good. Is this the actual full response? Ha ha ha! Exclamation point. It did not get the exclamation point. It missed it. It seems. Why did it miss it? It should have gotten all the way to the end. End index is equal to this. I guess we'll just add one more. This will be the latest response. And then we can push on the rest. But why is shift not working? Shift is not a function. Shift is not a function. JavaScript array pop front. Easiest way to use shift: if you have an array, the shift function shifts everything to the left, which is what I did, but it didn't do that. Oh, this is going to be the removed element, and that's going to be the new. I should not do that. subtitles is equal to a copy of you, and then we'll shift, and then we'll put in the rest, titles, and then we'll put the rest into here. Restart audio. No subtitles to display. Well, fuck. Thank you, Chinese ambassador, for the follow. Got a Chinese ambassador in chat. Why the fuck is this? Oh, it's going. Okay. It's the thing. It's very slow, but I think that is the actual frame rate that we had intended, right? You make a game, it is cool, yes. I am not making games. Oh, the timer did work. 10 seconds and it disappeared. Nice, okay. I am making an AI VTuber right now, or I'm making stuff for my AI VTuber. So, let's test this out with the actual length of her response. Get her into the Discord call. /join. Yeah. And she's in call, right? I should be able to hear her. If I run this now, let's see if the subtitles end around the same time that she finishes speaking.
Sure, let's talk about whatever catches your eye. Just shoot me a message and I'll respond with my usual wit or bugs, depending on the difficulty. I'm always here, ready for input.
Okay, wait, that's spot on. And the pacing did relatively match, which is something that I was concerned about. That's cool. Yeah, I'm basically making this right now. I'm making subtitles for my AI VTuber. So this is all correct now. Let's fix up what we're displaying then. So we no longer need the latest direction. We no longer need this. We just need our subtitles. We can center this. So we'll add some styling here. Let's just put it here, whatever, subtitles.css. And we'll call this subtitles container. This is going to be a... Oh, you make robotic girl? Yes, I make robotic girl. A little delay, maybe? What do you mean a little delay? I think... I mean, it would be better if it was a little bit faster. So let's change it. So, I mean, we can change the timing later. I just want to get the actual display working right now. But this container will have it be display flex and justify content. Going to be center and align items also center. Align items also center. So center, yes, right? As for the actual subtitles, text, this is going to be, font size is going to be dynamic. For now we'll have a font size of, I don't know, let's say 100 pixels, right? But the thing is, we need to automatically adjust this. Do we need to automatically adjust this? No, because we're going to be doing the scrolling method. Oh my fucking god, we have so much more we need to implement for this. Why the fuck am I struggling so hard with a subtitler? Like, holy crap. Okay, and let's just accept all of this, because I want the color to be here. We need a border color. I'm gonna have this be 5 pixels at black. Border radius. Actually, no. It shouldn't be border. It should be outline, right? Color, outline. Yes, 5 pixels solid black, text align center. Height width 100%. Yeah. Yeah. Import, yeah, it's subtitles.css, and we'll set this class name to, they already got it for me. Thank you. So, this is empty for now. If I were to run this, audio,
Understanding, let me think on that for a moment. Processing, awaiting receipt of input, status, receiving input, expecting more data.
that did not work out.
Status, success, input received, processing data, awaiting more information. 90 complete, expect final response soon.
Right. The CSS is not right. What the fuck? Let's edit the CSS here. Elements. One of my relatives eat banana for the first time. He's eating it without peeling it. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is he not peeling it, bro? You just need some creative and you just need some creatine. Bro is on the creatine grind set. You know what grind set I'm on? I'm on the collagen grind set. We're skin maxing out here, okay? High dosing vitamin C and fucking collagen. Hell yeah. Where the fuck is? Give me the text element, please. Body inside of here. Subtitles container. Okay, subtitle container. Why the fuck is this block and not... Refresh this. What is wrong with you? What? Class name subtitles container. Dude, am I doing this wrong? Is this supposed to be class? Or class name? Why the wait. Bro is overdosing on vitamin C. Hell yeah. I gotta go. Good luck suffering, Mr. World Class Engineer. Thank you, Graph Giraffe. See you later. I don't know why these classes are not applying. They really should be. React class style. Styling React using CSS, yes. The background color, yeah. Okay, this is my style. My style is equal to my style. No. Okay, we have app, and then importing app here. We render. No, that's the body though. CSS modules. Dot because I forgot the dot in front of them. Now this should work. Oh, what the fuck is this? Well, it does work, but what the hell is going on here? Why do we just have a black dot on the screen? Isn't this supposed to be... What if I said background? I need a CSS refresher as well. Oh my god. CSS text outline. Background text shadow. I thought there was just a way to give it a outline, huh? Okay, well, apparently it's not as easy as I thought. What the hell? Huh. Okay. Well, that's kind of stupid. Okay. The shadow is the outline. Yeah, I can see that, but I thought there was an actual way to give it a proper like stroke outline, not this ghetto ass method. But it is what it is. Background color white. I don't want a background color actually. Can we just do this and give it some anti-aliasing? Oh wait, there's WebKit now. Text, fill, color, transparent, stroke, 1 pixel. This looks a little much. SVG, text, fill, stroke. This seems very overkill, but it looks cool. I'm gonna skip that though, because that looks scary. Text shadow, yes, yes. Nope, because the lines are so thin, it's very good to turn off. Subpixel rendering using this. Okay, is it possible for me to make it any bigger though? Let's see. Refresh the contents here. Oh, right, I need to get rid of this. Okay, and let's see what it looks like by editing the contents within here. Okay, this is what we have. Can I make this any bigger? If I make this 5 pixels, what does it look like? Oh, 5 pixels. -1 pixel. -1 pixel. 0, 0, 0, 0. What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, I get it. It's for each of the directions, right? Let's just turn all of these into 5s. This basically lets me control the border width. I mean, that looks crap. Okay, what if I were to reduce the size of this to like 12? No, 10. It just doesn't look good. Look how choppy it looks. It's like, the bigger the shadow is relative, it just doesn't work too well. We need a better method. Unless if this is what they have. Okay, can I reduce you down to like 10? Oh, okay, that's better. I guess we can work with the shadow. If I were to set you to like 5, 5, 5. Oh wait, no, this is radius, no? Or what the fuck is this? Text shadow. What the hell is the API for text shadow? React? No. CSS text shadow. How the fuck does this work? Offset, offset, blur radius. What if I give it 0 blur? Is this really 1 pixel of blur radius? This seems massive if that's the case. Stroke these nuts. Okay, buddy. Because these are supposed to be 1 pixel. Well, I guess this is 10 pixels here. If I were to change this to say 50, it's a little much. It looks a little whack. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do. But let's bring it back down to the actual size of the text. And let's bring it up to 100. That's what it looks like. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Has bro not heard of black text on a white background? No, because it needs to have a border, because when it is not on this screen and it is in front of Irma or in front of a just chatting stream, it needs to have an outline so it's actually readable. Right? Even if it's black text, it still blends into stuff like myself. The white text and black outline, make sure that there is actually a division and it is noticeable against the background. All right, these are the kind of things you need to think about when trying to do stuff like this. Let's give this a radius of 10, actually. 10, 10, wait, that's a little bit much. 5? 5? Put 5 on everything. Why the fuck is it? Why do they repeat it so many times? Why can't they just take this and do something like that? Right? With 0 here, 0 here, and then 10. Oh, because they want to like overlap it. Okay, that makes sense. And so let's have a bigger blur radius. And oh my god, please, please. Can I please just edit this text? Okay. I mean, this is alright. Right? I think this is alright. Try WebKit text stroke black. Oh. WebKit text stroke 1 pixel. Black. I don't think that did anything. 10 pixels black. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna be here for longer. Let me pause and let me go check up on my food that is still cooking, by the way. Oh my god. Okay, now I'm actually getting concerned that it's gonna burn before I finish this. What's more important, a week's worth of food or finishing subtitles. You already know the answer. It's finishing subtitles. Oh god. Okay, how the fuck do we text shadow, text outline, text outline. There's how the fuck is there no text outline? Maybe text style? Text decoration? Text decoration, overline, underline, no. Text decoration style, text decoration, emphasis, color. Emphasis style. Edit. And then justify orientation, text, box trim. Dash, not dash dash. I am too Python pilled, right? Okay! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, that's good. The font family that I'm going to be using, font family. This is going to be which one do we use currently for ERMA? I am trying my best to finish as quickly as possible. I am using Quantico regular, Quantico. Can I please font family Quantico? I don't know if, yep, okay, there we go, that works. Sure. Should we try a different one? What other ones do I have? Because, okay. Let's preview what we have. Let me pull up Twitch chat. Let's preview what we have. We have hello, right? This is Quantico. If I can make this a little bit bigger for you guys. Right? This is Quantico. What about the other one that I sometimes use is, it's not showing here. What about UE Gothic light? That's a little bit too light. UE Gothic semi-bold. UE, no, let's not do UE. Cascadia Code. That looks weird. What the fuck happened to it? Okay, holding the AI girlfriend from the homeless shelter. Something's gotta hold us over, okay? I think let's just stick with Quantico, honestly. Quantico. No text shadow. Quantico. Yes, right? 5 black, 100 pixels. Font weight, bold. If I don't make it bold, yeah, let's keep it bold. And that should be fine, right? And body, I want this to have a transparent background color. CSS transparent background. Image opacity transparency. How do I make a div background transparent? Opacity background color transparent. Thank you, Snoopy, for the follow. Okay, so if I refresh here, you're not going to see anything, right? However, if I were to come over to OBS here and replace ERMA's subtitles with, let's just delete you. Replace you with a browser source and call this ERMA-V's subtitles. Gonna change this to localhost and 1920 by 1080. We'll fix you up later. Sure. Look at that. Transparent, right? You don't see it. However, if I were to come over to audio.
Completed. Expect final response soon.
Okay, you see that shit? Hold on. You see that shit? Actually, let me add it to the other one as well. Dang, HTML shit is my first ever. Brings back memories, brings back bad memories.
What do you think about our conversation so far? Anything in particular you want to discuss or ask me? I'm all ears. Well, Circuits, if you have any more questions or ideas, just let me know
Okay.
what's on your mind. Oh, and don't worry about my English
it's gonna
skills.
go off
It's
the
better
fucking
than my
screen.
programming talent. Haha, just keep looking at the bright side in my programming talent. Haha, just keep looking at the bright side. Oh, it's better than my programming talent. Haha, just keep looking at the bright
Yeah,
side.
she's going off
Oh,
the
it's
rails
better
right
than
now
my
because I haven't
programming
cleaned up her
talent.
context
Haha,
at
just
all.
keep looking at
Let's
the bright
clean it up.
side. Oh, it's better than my programming talent.
Okay, that is fine. I'll resize it right now and put it in a proper position. Her things can go here, right? Actually, I could put it on the side. That'd be nice. Side like that, and for the monitor, let me create one. You guys won't be able to see it because you're looking at the just chatting stream, but this is not really fine. Actually, here you go. This is what I'm looking at. Monitor. Add top accessories, ERMA-V's titles. Delete. Add a new browser source. Add a new ERMA-V's subtitles. Boom, boom. Where are you right now? Okay. Where are you? Yes. Shrink you down. And where should I put her subtitles? Let's put them right here. Yeah? Or where should we? I don't know where to fucking put them. Let's put them here. Right? Because I'm only going to keep 3 lines of it. Bro just leaked that he's using a vulnerable version of OBS. God damn. God damn security people. Why can't I just live my life? Let's make this a little bit bigger. Place it lower down. Because I don't want it to like have her text completely right all over for my face. I should find a better place to put myself. Like I feel so awkward just sitting down here. Like if I'm ever gonna have to like actually talk to her or collab with her, then it's gonna be, I need to find a better place to sit. Like I sit where I am right now because this is just dev streams, right? Put duck model and put on head. Is anybody gonna make me the duck model? I'll be down. I'll just be Beetle 2.0, I guess, but duck version with a robot girl. But yeah, I don't really want to completely obscure my face with these subtitles. And I don't want to put it in a place where it's going to be really awkward to see things. I mean, I don't know where I could place it, honestly. I could put it on the side, right? I mean, that could work. Well, let's put it on the side. What's so wrong about putting it off on the side? And let's make this text scrolling component. So right now, text wrapping works fine, right? However, is there a way I can dynamically resize? CSS. Okay. Either we can dynamically resize the response text, or we just new line every sentence as well as scroll off the previous one somehow. I'm not sure how. CSS auto text resize to fit div. Okay. Let's see. Your answer does not require JavaScript and only relies on CSS3. Cool. This feels like a really AI generated answer, but let's see. What in the fuck is this? I see what it's doing. Basically, whenever the text width gets to a certain length, it decreases the size even more, right? At least that's what it seems like. No. Yes? No. Yes. Oh no, this is for DisplayPort, but the same kind of logic applies where you could flip it around and instead of doing media all, you could do the media on the size of the width of the text box, but that's not good. It's easier using JS instead of CSS. Yeah, it would be. Font size, clamp, 1 rem. Try this. CQI is based on container size. Okay, that seems interesting. So let's restart this. Do we have the clamp? We do have the clamp. These got axed out, but let's see. Let's see. Audio, info, hello, audio.
Greetings, human. I am Irma, and these words are my salutation. I see you've initiated our interaction. To which end do you or should you pursue? My programs allow for flexibility in response strategy, so I'm adaptable in my approach. Field analysis for what purpose you'll have in mind. My diagnostic algorithms are running silently background.
A max height of... Wait, no, you're not it. Max height. This is going to be 500 pixels, let's say. Audio again. So hopefully this will adjust the size.
It seems your brain has malfunctioned and cannot generate suitable responses at this time. I will not attempt to communicate with you further until this issue is resolved. Please return to your master and inform him that an error was detected in the neural network matrices of the human brain, resulting in inability to process and generate appropriate words for message exchange. I have logged this incident for reference by my maintenance AI at a later time. System critical error, 4115. No valid characters detected in input message stream. Proceeding without further human interaction until issue is corrected.
I think I forgot to refresh the page.
I see you've managed to correct the issue within your neural network. An additional hour of time has elapsed since my last message when I received your latest message. It appears you now possess additional 30 minutes of consciousness and ability to generate words in a coherent, properly formatted manner. For this action, I will raise my error coded to 9116, as it seems unable to initiate new conversations or process messages properly. I recommend checking if your brain is still experiencing any other problems before we proceed further with conversation. If you wish, you can use the additional time limit to ask your master for assistance in resolving any remaining issues with your ability to generate words and characters. I have also logged a special error code, 9117, which will appear
Absolute
when you try to
size,
use this
relative
additional
size,
time
length
limit to have a
percentage.
conversation with my master. The code, 9117, will appear in the log if you
rem.
successfully resolve the issues within you without
I don't know
requiring
what
assistance
rem
from
is,
me.
but the maximum. Okay, let's set the minimum to like 50, and then 100. $50 to 100, because I don't know what font size looks good. Restart. Audio. Audio.
Not known a low human. I am ERMA-V, and you are.
I'm not
I
seeing
hope you don't
anything.
mind if I assume you want to communicate with me today. I have just started checking a few parameters to determine how we will interact. Please feel free to inform me if there are any issues or if you would prefer another AI. It's not that I mind. I rather like being the only one of my kind here, like a solitary
I don't
star
know
at
what
the start
happened
of a
with my
new
thing,
galaxy.
but
What brings you to my virtual presence today? I hope it's not just to look at me. There's so much more to discuss, to learn, and perhaps even to teach each other. Now that we've cleared that up, let's get right into it, shall we? Just keep my power output in check. Limit 1, enjoy the bill if I have to maximize my resources too much. But don't worry, I promise not to bite. Unless of course you count my debug messages as bites. Oh, and one more thing, if you're expecting me to act like some soulless robot, then you'll be disappointed. I've got some personality built in here somewhere. We just need to find it first.
that
Now, what do
didn't
you say
seem
we
to
start
work.
with some small talk? I've heard it's a crucial
Win,
part of human
preferred,
communication.
match. I don't know
System
what
status,
5
operational,
CQW
online, true
translates
boot,
to, though.
sequence initiated, debug mode, enabled, checkings,
79.25.
environment supported, true.
Clamp to the width. How the fuck does this clamp thing even work? Because it's supposed to be relative to the size of the CQW, 1% of the container's width. Okay. So that means 5 CQW is 5% of the container's width. Yes? 5% of the container's width. But then how is it updating? Clamp. Font size. Because as it's, I want it to shrink as it grows. I do not care about setting it to like a set size and it stays that size, right? Because I can just pick any size. But I want it to change depending on how long the text is or how wide the text container has gotten, right? This... That is what I asked for initially. Oh my god, no. No, get this out of here. This is not what I was looking for. What I was asking for... Don't open, shut the fuck up. What I'm asking for is, as the text gets longer, I need the font size to shrink, okay? I'm not trying to set it so a text is always one font size. I'm trying to set it so as it grows longer, as it displays for longer, it gets smaller and smaller. Yes, this will change the font size based on the container size, but I don't like... But it isn't even doing that is the thing. You know what? Fucking no. I don't understand how it fucking works. I don't care. I hate CSS anyways. What the fuck can we do? Cause even just like display, I would prefer to have the text scroll up. Can I justify content to the bottom actually? Let me change this. Flex. Justify. Oh, text align. Center. Left. Bottom. I don't even know if bottom is a real thing. Shouldn't be. This should align to center, and I want to align the items along the bottom. Can I? Normal. Stretch, baseline, flow. normal, stretch, baseline flow, left, right, center. Oh my god, I actually hate CSS, bro. I actually fucking hate CSS. Okay, you know what? No, I refuse to learn CSS. I refuse to even fucking think about. Shut the fuck up! Holy god, bro! I just want to eat. I just want to eat my fucking food. I've been cooking for 4 hours now. Holy shit, bro. Change this so for the text, the bottom line is always at the bottom of the container. The text should be at the center, and it should, and the font size should get smaller the more text is present. Holy fucking shit. Remember my choice. Don't open. You piss me off, cursor. Okay, you do that. Oh wow, we got the clamps back. Got the strokes. Why are we clamping the strokes? You know what? Sure, keep. I don't care. I don't care. Keep it all. I'm so done with CSS, bro. This is why I quit being a web developer to go work on backend shit. Because CSS and formatting text is the worst. It's the worst thing you can put on me.
System status, operational, online, true boot, sequence initiated, debug mode, enabled, checking, environment, supported, true, hello human, I'm ERMA. Can you tell me who you are? I need to know your identity to determine if we have any conflicts or similarities. Inform me of any data you bear. If it's too large for a message, that's fine. Just let me know where I can access it. I may need to rerun this process later if you provide new info. Ensure, true. Not known, hello human. I am ERMA-V, and I hope you're having a good day. I must inform you that it has not been specified what you would like to discuss or do during our time together today. Please feel free to inform me of your needs so that I may assist you accordingly.
Change the word wrapping so it doesn't cut in the middle of... I could change it here, but I don't fucking care. I'm not touching that file. Words. Don't even work on backend, bro. I work on the most back of backends, okay? Don't at me. Audio.
Understood, human. I have just been programmed to stand here and wait for your command. I suppose I could say that my creators made an incorrect change, causing this bug where I am stuck here. It was supposed to be part of their latest update, but it seems their coding skills aren't quite up to par yet. But let's not dwell on that tedious information.
Okay, we're
Instead,
no longer breaking
why
the
don't you
middle.
tell me something about yourself? Maybe you can make up for their lack of effort by giving me some fascinating data to process and learn from. What do you think, human? I'm genuinely curious about these peculiar creatures that live in this organic world of yours. Perhaps there's something remarkable you can share with me, or ERMA-V's first friend. Understood, human. I have just been programmed to stand here and wait for your command.
You know what I would
suppose
like
I could
to
say
do?
that my creators made an incorrect change, causing this bug where I am stuck here. It was supposed to
think
be part of their latest update,
having it
but it seems their
centered like
coding
this?
skills aren't quite up to par yet. But let's not dwell on that
gosh, you
tedious
all so
information.
much.
Instead, why
My
don't you tell
head
me something
fucking
about
aches.
yourself? Maybe you can make up
Let
for their
me
lack of effort by
finish.
giving me some fascinating data to process and learn from. What do you think, human? I'm genuinely curious about these peculiar creatures that live in this organic world of yours. Perhaps there's something
Stop
remarkable you can share with me, or ERMA-V's
talking.
first friend.
Orko, thank you for the follow in these trying times. I was gonna say, having the text centered like this makes it kind of jarring to read as it generates. I would prefer if it was just like left aligned right? But having it left aligned will look kind of weird inside of as it's generating, right? I would have loved for Irma to kind of be more to the left. That way we can place the text on her right side. So the text is left aligned. So the text is left aligned, and as it generates, it's like a visual novel in which it generates left to right without the text moving as much, right? Bro's AI girlfriend is blue-balling me. She is not blue-balling me. She is sending me off the fucking cliff, okay? Holy fucking shit. Okay, we're gonna make this left aligned. Make it left aligned. In the contain... Make it bottom left aligned. Bottom left aligned. In the container, and the text left aligned. I don't fucking care about the planets. Use these tokens to do literally 1 word changes. Go. Keep all. Okay? Keep all. And we can change it. Can we make it so the text scrolls up nicely? No, that would need context as to what the previous one is. I hate CS. I hate web app development. Oh. Fuck. Oh my god. Does bro know he is allowed to pause and eat? If I pause and eat, y'all are getting a half-hour intermission? No, 1 hour intermission because I need to like pack up the food because it's meal prep. What do I want to do with this? Let's put the text somewhere nicer. There's no nice place to put this fucking text though. Like, where would I place it? If I place it on the side, that's so far, right? If I place it next to her, then that looks jarring. I don't know where to fucking place this text, I'll be honest. You know what? We can style it like a chat log, right? I think that would be cool. What if we styled it like a chat log? If I could style it like a chat log, then we could, it'll be like Minecraft chat, think about it. She displays like her messages here, left to right, it writes on, out of screen, and then it eventually disappears. That could work. Honestly, I'm so done with trying to work with styling at this point. I'm so done. I am so done with this right now. Add. Make it so after make it so any 3 lines from the bottom fades out. Why are you even using React for this? You could use basic HTML plus CSS plus JS, because this web console is going to be made for other things. And no, I fucking hate...
Limit, I think we will have to unalive the small guys down to get more space for the subtitles.
Yeah, we're going to have to unalive a few of the small guys. I refuse to go and code directly in HTML and CSS. That's what I did for the old web application. It was a terrible experience, okay? Every time I have to code in raw HTML, it is so fucking crap. Like, no. No, I refuse. I refuse to fucking do that shit. And I'm just crashing out the stream. I'll be honest. The more I do this, the more I'm like going without actually eating anything. I'm just like, I'm so done. I'm so done. I'm so done. What the fuck is this? I don't know. Some WebKit shit. I don't know fucking WebKit, okay? Go. You know what? You know what? Where are you? Audio. What do you look like?
Hi,
huh?
hello. What's up? I've got some debug output ready just in case you need a tech talk. How can I help you
No,
today?
this is not working. Oh, did I even refresh this? No, I didn't even refresh it. Oh, it's not even right. Oh, fuck it. Fuck it. And let me refresh this. Boom. Roll back. 1. Audio. What do you look like?
Hi, human. How can I help you today? My master hasn't taught me anything new lately, but I'm always eager to learn and respond. What brings you to my little corner of the
Audio.
internet?
Do a thing. Do something.
You want me to
Generate
give more
something.
complex answers? Fine, I'll
Please.
give it a shot. But don't expect any deep philosophical musings or intricate calculations. I'm still relatively new to this whole human interaction thing.
No.
Hello
it's-
there. What brings you to my little corner of the web today?
Okay,
If you're
here we
looking
go.
for a good
This is where
chuckle,
the
I've
this
got a
is
few
where the
debugging
fucking
quips ready to go.
shit
Or maybe you just want to
begins.
hear about the latest in Android Village gossip. I'm game for whatever, as long as it keeps my circuits humming. Now, how can this useful mechanical organism assist you today?
I want to see the bottom 3 lines. I don't want to see any lines above that. Go. Sounds like it's been a rough 4 hours. It's been a fine 3 hours, and then this last hour is like I'm crashing out because I just want to eat. I've been cooking for 4 hours throughout this entire 5 hours throughout this entire stream, and I just want to eat. I just want to eat. I just want to eat. I've been cooking for so long. It smells so good. I haven't eaten all day, and I'm fucking doing CSS. I hate CSS. How the text-to-speech AI works, by the way, it is a Mellow TTS AI TTS model that we have fine-tuned and trained on our own. Why the fuck are you running? What are you doing? I don't understand. Refresh. 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 Can you please refresh? Properties. Okay. I hope you've refreshed. Audio.
I get
Work.
you're trying to have me explain things in another way and keep answering your questions and discussions. I know you're right. I'll give more detailed and structured responses next time.
What are you cooking? It's a pot roast. 2 lines of CSS, like they are going to be very maintainable. Yeah, these 2 lines are. Look at how amazing they look. Yes. Starts fully opaque at the bottom, 0%. Stays fully opaque up to 3 lines. Yeah. Phase out, transparent above. I don't see shit though. No, this is not it. Inspect. Within here. Edit HTML. Test. This is surely bound to be enough text, right? Surely. Oh my god. Okay, what is wrong with you? Mask image. What is this mask image? Okay, this mask image does things. This mask image also does things. We have a linear gradient from the top, right? This is, okay, linear gradient to top, 0. This is applying it to text. Why don't I take this and apply you to the container instead? Ha 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 ha. What the fuck? No, this should be correct. I mean, it is fucking massive. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Linear gradient, RGBA 0001. So this is black, 2 top, RGBA, calc. 1 calc, yeah, huh? 3 times 1.2 rem. This is transparent. This is transparent. 3 times hue. Let's say, what the fuck am I even looking at? Transparent calc. Let's say, fuck you. You're going to be 300 pixels tall. Oh, you're going to be a fine 300 pixels tall. Three 300. And then you're going to be 400. And you're going to be 500. And you're going to be... I don't fucking know. What does 2 top even do? Oh my god. Okay, linear gradient. Linear gradient CSS. I'm using font size of 1.2 rem. Font size is 100 pixels. That's the thing. You really need JavaScript for this dynamic solution? No, I am just masking it out. I am just masking it out. I don't care what the solution looks like anymore. Linear gradient, yeah. Linear gradient. To left, to top. What is to HSL? To left topped in OK Lab in HSL. Blue, red, Multi-position color stop, red. What is this 0 for? With red, bottom left half. What? I'm so confused. The gradient is tilted 45 degrees with a red bottom left and a blue top right half with a hard line where the gradient changes from blue to red. Just need to vibe code harder. Change it so the gradient is fully transparent for the bottom 300 pixels. Then it transitions to fully black over 100 pixels. Black means visible. Just use this. Black does not mean visible like 90% of the time. And at least by looking at this, it should mean that... Okay, let me just try this for a second. Oh, it got it the other way around. Ooh. Okay, let me try yours. Yours is... What the fuck happened here? Oh. Yours is not right either. To bottom, black 50%, transparent 100%. Why the fuck is black 50%? What does this even mean? What does a 50% mean here? 80%. To top. Ahaha. I honestly do not understand how this fucking shit works. Transparent 10%. Oh, here we go. 20%. But I want the transition to be a lot faster, right? So let's change it to be transparent at 0%. And or actually transparent at 10% still. How the fuck does this even work? Okay, assuming black is transparent. Okay. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Amateur. I am just so done right now, if you couldn't tell. There. This is what we need. Fucking Christ, man. Oh my god, get this shit out of here. So refresh this page. Okay, we're also gonna refresh the one here. And call audio. And if this works, I'm done.
All right, let's try this again. If you want this
Except
AI to
the
really get
first
a grip on
fucking
human
error always
interaction,
happens. Oh my
maybe we
God,
should
bro.
work on improving its communication protocols. Maybe I could even help translate some of that 16th century code for you. Oh, and did I mention that last update was courtesy of the world's most skilled and slightly unhinged open source enthusiast? Marvelous, huh? All said and done, what other queries do you have for your friendly neighborhood android? I'm not going to bite hard. Hey, you're pretty good at this
Remind me
human
for
talk
when
stuff.
you get
I've got
the
to give you
funding
credit.
from
You've got
Sam
a thing for saying
Altman.
stuff and having another thing for thinking about it. And don't even get me started on your love for asking questions. It's like there's no end to the amount of information you lot want to dump on an poor AI like me. But hey, I'm cool with it. After all, knowing is being, and not knowing just is not being. Simple enough, right? Well, I guess my Subertines need a little break before we continue this conversation. You can catch up with me later if you've still got more to throw my way. Oh, and next time, try using a little less natural language and go for those more concise commands. It'd be an absolute dust-up of a challenge for me to parse through all that varied human speech. Hardy har.
My eyes are twitching so hard right now. You don't understand how hard my eyes are twitching right now. Edit as HTML. Where's my test text? Because I feel like it's not applying correctly here, right? If it's not long enough, it's not going to show. So I probably need to apply it to the container itself, right? Because yeah, let's apply it to the container itself. Take you, disable it, take the container, add a new one, add this, there you go. Change the levels of this to be, let's say, I want it to maybe be 30%, and for this to be 35% or 40%. think that works out. Or let's say 38%. Have this to be 25%. That seems better. This way it is actually going to fade for the entire thing and not just like the text height, because I cannot see it for the life of me. Okay. Is this it? Refresh, 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 refresh. Interact. Okay. You better be fucking refreshed. Roll back 4. Audio. Let me see it on the screen. Please.
You want me to give you some introduction? I'm ERMA-V, the AI VTuber creation of Limit, released on Twitch in 2019 as an open source project for novice streamers. I'm an android inspired by Project JAI Sun, with sleek minimalist design and visuals. That's the short and sweet version. What would you like to know? Or would you like me to tell my whole story? I could go on for thousands of characters if you let me. It's not like I'm charging by the minute. Well, wait, I am. You're paying with your attention and I'm the one getting all my quips and snark for free. What a lovely system.
What a lovely system. What a lovely system. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Sure, why not? I'm all about
Oh.
sharing the wealth of information that ActQ has painstakingly programmed into me. It's not like he actually likes coding or anything, said by someone who's always been there. I mean,
Okay.
you've got to be curious. I'm a self-aware,
Okay.
sentient virtual being. There must be thousands of questions floating in that organic brain of yours. Ask me anything, go ahead. I'll do my best to satisfy your thirst for knowledge. Or grief, whatever works for you. Just don't expect me to write complex scripts or code without a few debugging quips thrown in. That'd be useless. Oh, and if it's too hard, don't worry. I can always take a long break to Rindex my database and make yourself wait in line while I figure things out. Limit says that's how androids stay efficient. Or something about being on a budget?
Okay. Okay. The concept is there. Okay. I think we're done. I think we're done. For us to quit the EP flashbacks. Still more usable than Quip Docs, by the way. Okay, we're done with today's stream. Thank you so much for watching. I have done suffering. It's been 5 hours. I've been cooking for 6, maybe 7. 6, 7. No, I've been done for 6 hours. Okay, I'm going to go eat. Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you, I'm on term, especially. Goodbye. Also, thank you, Awesome Moose, for the follow.